careful. You gotta be careful, careful. We have to prepare to meet the challenges of life without fear. Greed and jealousy, hatred and envy, man, you have to move with care in that jungle out there. You got to be careful. You got to be careful. When you're moving, you gotta be careful. Which direction you're going, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful.
Where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk. Where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
In your search for happiness, you got to leave a little room for loneliness. More things could happen all of a sudden before you realize it's only a disguise. You got to be careful. You got to be careful. With what you do and how you're doing it.
You gotta be careful.
If you do, when you're doing it, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful. Corruption that's going on. Staying alive, trying to survive. That is how it is today. So as you go along your way, you got to be careful. You got to be careful. Where you go when you're walking. What you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful.
Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Go right ahead.
Good morning to the nation. I'm reading from the Word of God, Psalm 134. Behold, bless ye the Lord, all ye servants of the Lord, which might stand in the house of the Lord. Lift up your hands in the sanctuary, and bless the Lord that made heaven and earth. Bless thee out of Zion. This is the end of the scripture reading.
All right, thank you very much.
You have a wonderful day and have a nice weekend.
You too.
All right, bye.
Bye.
share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful. We have to prepare to meet the challenges of life without fear. Greed and jealousy, hatred and envy, man, you have to move with care in that jungle out there. You got to be careful. You got to be careful. When you're moving, you gotta be careful. Which direction you're going, you gotta be careful.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
It is said, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Therefore, the authenticity of the beverage can only be acquired in the taste. A taste which is original to Antoine de Beauregard Industries and comes from a combination of spices and local rum, which can hold its own all over the world. Woodman, a strength which speaks for itself. A taste which stands out from the rest. Bottled with care, which speaks to perfection. Try Woodman today and be stunned by a flavor as never before. Let your palate savor that which is produced locally. Do not be deterred by substandard products. Our taste speaks volumes and sets us apart from the competition. You will be satisfied with every sip of our product. Say rum, say Woodman, feel satisfaction. Now that's quality.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville, with their factory at Chantemelle in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchen, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Sissons.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Sissons.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissons. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
A natural disaster can change your life in minutes. Preparation is the best protection for your family and business. Prepare now. Create a disaster plan and make sure everyone knows what to do. Store water, non-perishable food, and medication. Remember basic emergency supplies such as batteries and flashlights. Trim overhanging trees. If trees near power lines are unsafe to trim, call Grenlec at 237 for assistance or advice. Install surge protectors to safeguard your electrical devices against outages and intermittent surges. Make sure your generator has an isolation switch. It will prevent power from feeding to our lines and electrocuting others.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
Asking me what is wrong with Trinidad. You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an X-car and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with my wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned 8-cylinder. With posh new fittings, this maxi car arrived. Then it started to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize. They say the new driver cannot drive.
And a continuous situation where female police officers are almost not represented within the hierarchy of the police force. We cannot have a situation where police officers are being promoted based on party affiliation, open, blatant party affiliation, and not based on merit. And as someone said earlier, what goes around comes around. It will destroy the police force. If it hasn't already, it will destroy the police force. And when it destroys the police force, it is we, the citizens, that will pay the price for it. We all have children, including the police officers. And if you take action that undermines the integrity and the respect of the police service, and citizens lose respect for the police service because they believe, and because police officers then believe that the persons who are running the police force are persons who are only there because of the political affiliation, they will not have respect for the hierarchy either. And your ability to command and to command the respect of your junior officers will fall away. And it's just a matter of time before all of us suffer and pay the consequences for it. So I too will use the opportunity again to ask our police officers to do the right thing. To do the right thing and exercise their franchise in a manner that will lift their own institution up and give the institution an opportunity again to become one that is professional, one that is respected, and where the police officers themselves are true.
Yes, Igwe.
Morning. Morning, Igwe. Morning to the listeners of the People's Parliament, Real FM. Real Expressions for Friday, 19th.
Yes.
May, merry month of May, 2023. Grenada is my constituency always. Real FM is my parliament. I'm the people's spokesman, Igwe. And the ancient of days protecting me, so I ain't afraid nothing. Igwe. The new national party is alive and well, Igwe. The evidence, the litmus test, is based on the meetings that the political leader and the new national party is having presently. Igwe. You just be up front and center, Igwe, and you could see. And they say all kind of thing about I find really young people coming around. But they're still fighting on the NNP because they don't want them to use the schools and so on. Yeah. I don't know. This thing is getting over and beyond. The Grenada is all of us own. Why you don't want us, the NNP, to use the schools? You don't want us to get the use of internet and so on and so on and so on. Yeah. But we be walking around that. And we still continue to because the NNP, the new national party, and the leadership is at the top of the hit list of the NDC. They go try everything. They pushing a kind of narrative about how much who are to get 130,000, all kind of thing. But in the fullness of time, we go here at Igwe. Igwe, last Wednesday, we came here and we spoke primarily of the RGPF, Igwe. Because we recognize national security or the security of the state is important to one and all. How they say, all and sundry, all and sundry. And if we have the continued political interference, as the Prime Minister alluded in the clip, Igwe, you don't have to go far. Just go up police headquarters presently and find out who is in the administrative well in police headquarters and find out who they affiliated to politically. You don't have to go in Harvard, UTT, or University of the West Indies to find out. Just go up headquarters and ask who is in the administrative realm or the administrative well of the RGPF. ACPs and all come down, deputies come down, staff officer come down and others, and find out who they are singing, which political hymn should they singing on. So when the Prime Minister talk that utter nonsense, he come last. But most times he does lie. But that one of the things he say true. Political affiliations in position. He try to use semantics and try to blame it on the NNP, but in truth, and if you listen to the language, good morning, Mr. Vanny Cohen. If you listen to the language, you go realize party affiliation takes precedence right now in the RGPF. And as such, he rightly say the police and them don't have no respect for administration because they realize it's bullshit what going on. Morning, Mr. Akins John. I hope you don't say I using your name for political mileage because we had a conversation yesterday. Igwe. And Igwe, the police are disgruntled, the whole RGPF. Because you have persons working in department of importance in the RGPF, dealing with license and orders, Igwe. Persons coming into that department learning from that individual. They're learning from that individual, they're getting promoted, Igwe, and then they're moving out to other places. Some are even being promoted to what they also call khaki, gabardine, and the officer still remains a constable. The officer sit the exam and performed with distinction. He didn't fail. He didn't go under the school. But yet still you're passing him by and you're trying to say about political affiliation. So maybe if he is saying So I meet him and say, tell them you is a NDC. You will get promotion. I say, go about and go and put thing on your Facebook page and bigging up Deacon Mitchell and the NDC. And they will give you promotion because they're asking people who you don't support. And that is the crux of the matter. And that is why the police force is in a flux, is in a bind. No respect for authority. Because when persons within the administrative well calling persons in charge of stations and telling them run your station as you see it fit, don't worry with the officer in charge. You know it's cacapole. You know the thing turn a dog show. And those people, they call in and tell run the station and see it fit, you see them getting gabardine. Gabardine is khaki. Gates, if you don't know. People don't say khaki, but the material is gabardine. Gabardine. Yeah, they getting gabardine accoutrements. You understand? And that is what the Prime Minister to study to fix. But no, he flying, he gallivanting. Only our CBI. Because Igwe, since the budget real Igwe, we call it here on Real FM, you know? We call out section 10 and 11 and how much money they have to make. And we tell the nation they have to sell 554 passports under section 10. And 2,200 passports under section 11 to make the 111 million and the $84 million respectively. So it is not no accident every week the Prime Minister out on CBI business. Because the one what owe RIs at 10 million. And he telling the contractor you get money from CBI. And school children say, when he hear the hand show the Prime Minister, that he vex. But cock mouth kill cock. And while we at it, Mr. Prime Minister, I want you to tell us, because you come and you give us information about a Polish gentleman in the trade center. You have another Polish gentleman I want you to talk about. You have another Polish, a man from Poland not living long, what you are to tell us about. Because you did tell us about the next one, you know. You didn't say, as school children say, about money for chicken farm. You didn't tell us that. You tell us about passport and cabinet conclusion. But you have another Polish gentleman I want you to tell us about now. The one that school children say no about the trip to Dubai. I don't think people would know. I want you to tell us about that. And while you're at it, I want you to tell us about the stage and the man what had the chicken farm in Montrose and the financial institution. Because Igwe, the ECCB, headed by a Grenadian gentleman, school children has indicated that they frown on that financial institution for giving the man $10 million without no collaterals. He don't put down nothing, Igwe, and he get $10 million to pay back school children say the present Prime Minister and some others who they invest in the chicken farm. That was school children say, I don't know. Because when they called me 3 o'clock this morning and they said, me want to say that. So out of the abundance of caution, school children say that. School children say the lawyer, the female lawyer was dead. Knew about it too. And they say, he has some, what is so beating up on NNP. They was on the board when that money gives, so they can't talk. Cat eat their tongue, their mouth zip. The hands on the lip, all of a sudden, on the road to Damascus, some light shine in the eye. So they can't talk now. But they could have beat up on Dr. Mitchell. They could have beat up on him, left, right, and center. Now they can't talk because I will give, as school children say, 10 million without no collaterals. And that is the crux of the matter. So with all this corruption going on in this country, and yes, this present government has done more for corruption, has encouraged corruption, has amplified corruption. And then spending the next million years and they don't get into that level of corruption. What they may them achieve in 10 months. Van sell, man getting money just so. And as we on money, the IMF is here. The CDB is here. But they in England. Because they give finance to Dennis. You remember since I come here and talk how they run from finance and give Dennis so he go end up with the cow shit. And they go say he had mash everything up. Because the CDB, as school children say, is not pleased with how they giving all the funds willy-nilly. How they giving themselves. Because they sit in and appoint people on the board. And the same people they appoint on the board giving them money. And the those supposed to get. Igwe, you don't hear he talk about that. You don't hear he talk about all the people they make go and the AG running up and down, brain about the latest thing she talking about. Minimum wage. Those 2,000 plus people who make go, how minimum wage helping them? You're saying by January 1st next year. And they do work in, I'll make them go. And I don't have no problem with that. Igwe, you know, I had to say those things and because you find too often, you hear in recent days they brain about 130,000 who get Susuhan and Dr. Keith Mitchell, this and that. But when you listen, what played out in court, now I ain't impugning any improper motive. But the judge who delivered the judgment, find out the track record of that judge. And who in the political sphere down here who they closer to. I ain't saying more. The people who go do their own research, put their mark on our band. But as we know, there's always the appeal process. And it will happen. But it's so, if you hear they whine and carry on, you know, Igwe, like they forget you had the appeal process in the thing. But we go know, we go find out.
Go find out.
So criminal elements in the country and some rogue police officers have welcomed the fact that the RGPF is disorganized, discombobulate. You understand? And the Deputy Commissioner of Police has indicated to the nation, yes, there's a rise in crime and criminal activities in this country. Because the criminal have become so brazen that they know. They just walking out from the sea and shoot man and kill them and thing. They just chopping up people and kill them because you see, frustration, Igwe. Morning and Mary. Frustration, Igwe, is a hell of a thing. You know? Because you do a walk, you lose your 150. They don't give you work again because work for the boys. They get in money all about. So when people frustrated, they act out in certain ways. So we don't know. Dr. Panchu, maybe you could call and give me a little forward on that, about frustration and the action with criminal activities in this country. Because we have a lot of persons caught in up and a lot of other people away. So we don't know if it's the level of frustration. So what I need to do, and we need to leave these people and they work and they make them go to. Because they want judge also. Because the Deputy Commissioner of Police said to the nation, crime is on an upsurge. I don't manufacture, making that ego. And we knew, and we warned this government, we say, hey, you see the social stability, do interfere. You see the security, because the RGPF national security, do interfere. We see the FIU, don't interfere with it. You see the Integrity Commission, ensure that it is functional. But no, they didn't listen to what Real FM say. The Integrity Commission is of no moment. The FIO has been compromised. And the RGPF, they're doing a hatchet job on the RGPF presently. So that leads to the present condition of anarchy in this country. Because the deputy commissioner, quoting him, he said crime is on an upsurge. So I don't come in here and scaremonger or try to frighten anybody. I just take the deputy commissioner's statement. I make it mine by adoption, Igwe, and crime is on an upsurge. But I would go further to say why it is on an upsurge. Because we warned this present government, this cabal, hey, what going on? But school children called me last night, you know, Igwe. They say, Master Carl, after Sunday, keep a very close eye of how they deal with the chicken man. Because numbers helping now to deal with some fellas. So all of them now, Igwe, they can't play 9 prime minister again. They have to keep the eyeball quiet. Because the numbers on this side. You understand? They say with 10-5, the chicken man and the sell van man, the RAV4 seller, and them they have to keep the quiet. Because they know they could get punched out. So I say at this junction, if the Empress decide to give up the Emperor, and that's the only chance we go get NNP, we have to take it. You know my grandmother, I grew up with my grandmother Igwe, and I was a grandmother boy. I grew up with old people, so I love old people. She tell me at time, Igwe, the ends justify the means. But I don't know what she's saying, so I'm watching in the air, and I'm watching on the ground, and then she say, Master Carl, a bad breeze never blow. So you have certain issues that are do come on the radio and beat up on, and people find out talking about it. But I don't get the advice from my grandmother already. A bad breeze never blow. Igwe. And then another thing she tell me again. What moss? Moss.
What moss?
Yeah. So if the next election 15 had to happen, go up Google, come down Palmis. 15 go happen. So you have some issues which I term trivial. I don't wasting my efforts and time on the radio to beat up on it. Because that will be done. But remember I said this on the 19th day of May. If the Empress decide to give up the Emperor, and that's the only chance we will get, we have to take it. Now, going forward, I go unfold it. When certain development happen in the country, you go ask me, Igwe, and I go unfold. Oh no, I like a professor just giving it out. Who could unfold? Yes, Igwe, but the RGPF. Because you see, all of these things, Igwe, hinge on the stability and the peace of this country. And if you have a police force in disarray, Igwe, it's a problem. So now, we must talk the thing. Because the Public Service Commission, in my view, and based on the view of some legal luminaries who I have had discussions with, is simply being double standard. And when we say things here on Real FM, we don't just make blanket statement. We speak of what these things are, Igwe. And if you look at Section 20 of the Public Service Regulations, because that is the Public Service Regulation, they should know that. You understand, Igwe? They should know that. They must understand that I just getting it here, Igwe. They must understand that the Public Service Commission is an integral part of the public service, and the Public Service Commission are to believe, just like they say, justice must not only be done, you know, but people are to believe that justice happen. That the crux of the matter, you know, Igwe. Justice must not only be done. So the Public Service Commission, people must believe that the Public Service Commission acting in good faith, Igwe. And if the people don't believe, and case in point, if the police force, senior rank officers don't believe that the Public Service Commission is being fair, and they believe that it is politics, it's a bad thing, Igwe. So, under Section 20, because you see, when we're discussing issues of national importance, we don't come and rary, because it is too important. These issues are too important than to be led or get distracted by nonsense and stupidness. Section 20 speaks to one of the fundamental or the most important issues in conforming or promoting or causing persons to act, Igwe. Seniority must be an important consideration in doing that, Igwe. So Section 20 talk about, you could go on ready. You talk about the seniority. But what we find happening, let me break it down. Tough our pay. One of the most senior superintendent in the RGPF, who was acting in the capacity of the deputy, he was reverted. And you have persons who junior tough our peer being promoted. Facts. You have the other one, and we will get to that. When they gave him the promotion retroactive, that means backdated, Igwe. The commissioner, because we have a clip there, where the commissioner said he was under investigation. So how could you backdate a man for promotion when he's supposed to be under investigation? And Section 97 of the same public service rules talk about that, Igwe. And that is why we question in Public Service Commission as to what they're doing. Is it just pure politics? Then you have Mr. Harley Judge, one of the most senior persons acting in the capacity of superintendent, who was the commandant in charge of the police training school. That way all police going to be trained, you know, an important cog in the wheel of policing. He had him in charge then. Then you move him to Central Police Division, you know, the Central Division take care of all the courts. They provide security for the financial complex, the ministerial complex. And you have this man in charge, senior acting, and you saw it fit not to conform him in the rank. That had to be madness. That had to be double standard. And that is pure politics laced with corruption. Kenneth Bascom. Now, Kenneth Bascom is a unique case. And I'll give you a story. Kenneth, I don't use your name for political mileage. I don't have to do that. But I plead in a cause. Some time ago, and Kenneth is a man, maybe Kenneth do have 40 years yet, you know. Or just about there, and Kenneth is a senior guy. The most senior assistant superintendent of police, you know. Kenneth have degree, you know, in criminology, liberal studies. So Kenneth do ordinary. Kenneth is not what you call a run-of-the-mill guy, Igwe. And Kenneth in charge of the Western Division. So people under Kenneth charge, they tell them, don't worry, Kenneth, run your station as you see it fit. And they do promote Kenneth. Because they say Kenneth too close to Tafawa Pay.
So they think he's an NP?
I don't know, they say he too close to Tafawa Pay. And school children say, they say Harley George too close to a fellow they call Michael Francis, who was a deputy. You understand, Igwe? Then we go to Buckmeyer. That was in terms of police communication, that man was a bastion in that. The is what you call the quartermaster. When I say the quartermaster, he's the man in charge of the police storeroom. The same place they don't give in, they don't making funds available to get stores. In charge. Because it's a story are developing here, you know, he in charge, they don't confirm him. Linford Cummings. His acumen is well known. A lot of training in the jog squad. Second in charge many times when the officer in charge out he in charge. They see it fit not to confirm him. Sheldon Thomas. He was in charge of FIA when Tafawa PLF until one day after the election. He has been a prosecutor of valor. He's been the first adjudicator and a top investigator. School children say he investigate some leak. With the same to do with promotion. And during the investigation, a phone get crushed. And the advice was to mash up, to get rid of another phone happen. So you do ordinary. Garson Gill. He was in SB up until election. He's the person really dealing with the Interpol, like serious in criminal. Because I joined that thing to show you why the criminals are them happy. And the crime rising. They don't confirm Garson. David Nelson, in charge of the police garage. The same way, he don't have vehicle. They don't buy in vehicle. So, David Nelson now have to fight up to fix what they have. They don't confirm him. Glenn like Korean. Fire chief. Because you hear how much fire you have in the country. Thing burning willy-nilly every weekend. It's another set of fire again. They don't promote Glenn, right? They don't even call Wilson because you know they're so beat up on Wilson. And my good friend Nelson, in charge of St. David's police station, they don't call them. So here the parallel here now, Igwe. All who acting and being in charge of important departments in the RGPF, Public Service Commission don't promote them. Or don't conform them to the rank. They revert off our pay And if you look at our performance appraisal, he go tell you he outstanding, he pass it. Exceed requirements, but you revert him. But the junior, you promote. And the one out on investigation, you backdate the promotion to while he was on investigation. How can I gun issue? How can I voice note? You understand? And the guys are them who they in important position within the RGPF. They in charge of fire, they in charge of Western Central, the police storeroom, second in charge of drug squad. You hear important place they in charge of? You don't conform them to the rank. Public Service Commission, what you doing? What are you doing? And the Prime Minister talking about party affiliation. When you check police headquarters now, and hear what, Igwe, and what is so vile and downright nasty, you hear certain names they calling to come back in the RGPF. Check the CV. You know what political hymn sheet they singing on. Not NNP. So I'm making it easy for people to understand. They do singing on NNP hymn sheet. So do hurt your head and wonder who political party they support in. It's not NNP. Because there are a lot of things else I could say, you know, what are within. Then they bring them back, and I have some questions to ask. Or the mash up phone and others. I have some questions to ask. And you're talking about political affiliation. Minister of National Security, think it over. Think it again. Because everybody know the same administration you're talking about is only political affiliated people presently roaming the halls. All I could vex, but all you know it is a fact. Igwe. So, Igwe, pure politics and Public Service Commission is aiding and abetting. Because the person, and one ought not to be surprised. Because the head of the Public Service Commission is the advisor to the AG. And we know the stupidness what happened with the Labour Commissioner. So she advising the AG. I don't know. You hear the stupidness what happened with all the people, over the 2,000 people they make go, including those in Karakou. So she advising the AG. Utter nonsense. And we prove nepotism. Because the question is, one should ask about the head of the PSC. Is she a friend of the government? Is she a relative of the government? Or is she an associate? That's the question one has to ask. And when you ask yourself the question and you answer it, the question is overwhelmingly skewed. So the decisions don't surprise me, but I'm duty bound to point them out equally. So, all the persons, or most of the persons they did not confirm, so happens to be persons in charge of departments in the police force. So if they're good enough to be in charge, Igwe, and it takes me to section 38, subsection E, Igwe. Because I want people they could go, take notes, and go and read it. Don't take my word just so for it. Go and read it all yourself. Because I don't want to call the station here. I want in particular to call the station here and talk utter garbage. 38, section 38, subsection E. If at any time, during his period of probation, he exhibits tendencies which render it doubtful that he is likely to become fit for confirmation in his appointment, these shall at once be drawn to his attention in writing by the permanent secretary or head of department. Head of department here is the commissioner of police or the deputy or somebody acting designated by the commissioner, because he may from time to time may make rules to govern the force, so he could designate somebody, and shall be given such assistance as may be possible to enable him to correct the shortcomings. Igwe, Public Service Commission, answer this. When did you write Sheldon Thomas and tell him about his shortcomings? And what assistance did you render Sheldon Thomas to correct them? When did you write Kenneth Bascom and told him of his shortcomings? And what assistance did you render to correct it? When did you write David Nelson of his shortcomings and render assistance to help him? When did you write Buckmeyer of his shortcomings and render assistance to help him? When did you write Harley George of his shortcomings and render assistance to help him? When did you write Glenroy Corian informing him of his shortcomings and render assistance to help him? When did you write Garson Gill informing him of his shortcomings and assistance to help him? When did you write Wilson of his shortcomings and render assistance to help him? When did you write Linford Cummings of his shortcomings? When did you write Kingston of his shortcomings and render assistance to him? When did you write Nelson of his shortcomings and assistance to help his shortcomings? The answer is Igwe. They never did. But what is instructive, Igwe? The head of department indicated to Public Service Commission that all these people should have been confirmed. So it's Public Service Commission what do confirm them. But we went to section 20 and we tell you seniority and we point out how senior these persons are. We know on section 38E, when you talk, so if you find they was slacking or you find there was a slacker, you have to write them and say, watch, you're playing the goat. It's time you fix yourself. But they didn't do that. So what grounds Public Service Commission? And while you at it, Public Service Commission, you are, because you don't confirm them, you have to write them a letter and tell them why you don't confirm them. They within the letter. But you won't give them a letter because you know giving a letter is like putting a knife in your neck. They are waiting the letter from you as to why. And Igwe, we move on to section 95. But before we go to section 95, Igwe, let's take a break. We give the people enough. They let it try to munch on it a bit.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
If you're looking to improve or maintain your health, look no further. We have a general practitioner right here on Main Street Sates in the Kweze. Dr. Guerrero, a gynecologist and surgeon who specializes in women's health. She offers lab tests, blood, pap smears, prostate cancer, and stool tests. Consultation for pregnant women from beginning to end. Surgeries, which includes hysterectomy, tying of tubes, vaginal shrinking, removal of uterine fibroids, and vaginal warts, hernias, C-section. She also specializes in diagnostic and therapeutic DNC, abnormal bleeding. They're in collaboration with Alice Labs, located in St. George, opposite the Excel Plaza. Dr. Santos, an oncologist who specializes in cancer treatment, a general practitioner, family doctor, will be joining Dr. Guerra in the not-too-distant future. Walk-ins are accepted. You can also call for an appointment at 423-3352. That number again, 423-3352. You can also contact us on our landline at 444-4272. That number again, 444-4272. Put your health first.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of Grenville, takes you where you want to be. Feel secure with the Credit Union of Grenville, taking care of all your financial needs, including savings, loans, mortgages, and sound financial advice. Serving you with branches on Jubilee Street in Grenville, Lucas Street in St. George's, and coming soon, our Grandand sub-office. Call us on 442-8602 or visit one of our offices. With Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, your financial security is guaranteed.
Who wants to save 30%? Everybody! Now more than ever, Flow understands the need to make your dollar stretch. Our new bundles can help you save 30% off your current bill. Plus, get a free speed upgrade on your in-home internet. Simply add your mobile to your current home services account and save 30%. It's easy. Sign up now and save. All on the most reliable fixed and mobile network on island. Visit a Flow store or call us at 1-800-804-2994 for more information. Flow, it only gets better. Terms and conditions apply.
Rhythms of Spice is back. Sunday, June 11th, 3 p.m. Mount Cinnamon Lawn. A spicy, classy explosion of Grenadian talent featuring Project Music, Fahrenheit, Sorina Andel, Godson Brown, Cool Jazz Band, Angel Hawk, Tivoli Dancer, and special guest Vaughnette, Big Ferd from Trinidad. Rhythms of Spice, June 11th, 3 p.m. Mount Cinnamon Lawn. Tickets $50 on sale at Grenadian Optical St. George's, Art and Soul Spiceland Mall, Gittins Pharmacy in Grenville, and Goto Fed. More at the door. Children 12 and under free. Sponsors Grenada Tourism Authority, Brighton and Miners, Independence Agencies, Kalinago Hotel, Ministry of Culture, Hubbard's, Real FM, HD Sounds, Gabriel's Rental, Cafes Skyland, and Gomorn Medical. Walk with your picnic chairs and beach towels.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an X-Con and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, stay deaf computer, air conditioned cylinder. With much new fittings, this maxi car arrives. Then it start to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize. They say, the new driver cannot drive.
There have been a number of issues also in the media surrounding the RGPF. And I want to state here that the issue relating to the voice note that went viral on social media. Of course, we had Superintendent Kerwin, who the voice note purported to be, having a response in various platforms of the media, indicating his response to the voice note. Notwithstanding his response, I want to assure you that this matter is currently under investigation, under active investigation at this point in time. There has been another issue viral in social media involving an incident at Victoria purporting to have a senior officer involved. This matter is also under investigation.
Yes, Igwe. Just to remind folks, this morning at Velma's Restaurant and Bar, for breakfast she has mini roti, coconut bakes, chicken and fish, coffee and tea. And for lunch she has macaroni pie, veggie rice, baked chicken, well I just see fish, pumpkin, green salad and ground provision. She also has local juices if you want something nice to drink. And for dinner, burgers and fries. Folks, the phone lines are open now, so you could call in if you want to, 4420175. The Igwe.
Igwe. Boy, I'm scared of that tongue.
Tongue dangerous.
Yeah, boy, I'm scared of what I could do to them. So, yeah, we going back. Under section 38E, Igwe, it simply says, if you believe, so you did not write none of the above, you revert Trafalgar Perry, never write him and tell him he had shortcomings. You do confirm Bascom and Harley George and Linford King, Cummins and Kingston and Harley and the rest. But they are holding position within the RGPF, important position. You know, they are in charge of division, branches and so on. So what are you telling them? You don't trust them? Or is it just pure politics you don't believe? Because you say, you know, it's tough for peer influencing the people. But you send him back in training school. It is mind-boggling. And it don't make any sense, Igwe. Section 95, Igwe. It speaks to. You have a call? Yeah. We could start taking calls now, Igwe.
Yeah.
Let me take that.
People go call as you go.
Good morning to you and
Morning.
And good morning. Good morning to every audience and PI team with the car from City Martin. Fluffy say good morning with the Annie Terminal.
Alright.
So what going on now?
Adi?
I just tell me Commissioner voice. You play a tape, it's a tape.
Yeah, that when he talking about the one they promote.
Oh, Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin, good morning. Well, who's the commissioner now under the NDC?
Well, he still is, I think he's there until the 1st of June.
Thank you. Mr. Martin is the commissioner still. Yes. Oh, God. MG and Master by a security man in the complex tell me they're all long day. What are you going on in there, boy? Mr. Dxtention as the Prime Minister. Mr. Stop telling your own people. You will make people want teeth. You will make people teeth. I'm watching a clip where a man going to play something and pick up. You cannot do that. You promise the Grenadian people that you will not send home nobody. And
Kami, we lost the call. Big up, Kami.
School children, they say school children say, yeah, certain fella's name, what is related to certain people in government, name that didn't go down, but he come up. Mm-hmm. And certain name what went down, they don't confirm them. You know? Mm-hmm. That is kind of sad. Yes, Igwe, section 95. Because we build in the case, you know.
Yeah, complete it.
So we come from, you should consider seniority. And these men and them, they don't confirm, if they consider seniority, they ought to be in. Then you talk about shortcomings. None of them, they never write none of them and tell them they are shortcomings. Igwe. So the next one is section 95 speaks. Because public service, and we had discussion, and before start talking on them things and them Igwe, you had persons who headed the comment.
And it's hard time in Grenada. I've done it wrong for years, and I know. Today's Friday in the town of St. George. We don't making money yet. Fluffy and them afraid to talk. They're afraid to talk. They don't making money. They're afraid. And they done it. You know how long that man done the bus there? You know how long he can't get allowed to go in. Hard time. And a lot of them the same. Because they are the children working in the ministry, they're afraid to send them out. I don't afraid to speak. Mr. Dxtention, give people work. Give young people jobs. You only fly the money you're using to fly. Create things in Grenada. Create jobs for young people. And give value to the $150. Yes, some people that saying think nice for them because they have one son, have 4 jobs. They are all different both and they can pay. You understand? So that is my plea this morning to Mr. Dxtention. Mm-hmm. Give people jobs, sir. You say you do better, you say Grenada deserve a lot of money. Right? You get it treasury, keep me tell leave money there. Are you spending it up? Give people work. Them police and them fed up. They fed up. Some of them pass the exam and you don't give them. Are you supporters? It's not right. You have some police and some here. I know those work hard. Officer Charles and them. They just work hard. I don't even give them one thing and they show that. It's not right. God don't like dirtiness. Yeah? God don't like them things. And National Day of Prayer, you don't get no pastor now. Why you should say it Michelle Old. Time for him to go. Eh? And I want the government to tax the churches. Tax the church. Tax them. Let them pay tax. Because they're getting free money in the church. Have a good day, Grenada.
Mm-hmm. The church is Kami, and Kami is a church woman, eh?
Yeah.
So Kami don't watching face this morning. Yeah, next one?
Not yet.
Yeah, Igwe. So section 95 of the public service rules. Igwe. Every employee shall on first appointment to the public service be required to serve a probationary period not exceeding 2 years. So, in the case of the police, your first permanent appointment to the public service is an inspector of police. And know the word. Every employee shall on first appointment, which is an inspector, to serve a probationary period not exceeding 2 years. But this probationary period may be reduced, and he or she may be confirmed in the appointment at any time after 12 months. That is why from September they stop paying them men and them, because the men and them been acting for more than 12 months. If the commission is satisfied that the performance of the employee has been of so high a standard that no useful purpose will be served for further delay in confirmation. So here comes the argument, Igwe. if the commission is satisfied that the performance of the employee is of such a high standard that there's no need to continue to act but to confirm, there comes in now the question with those who confirm Section 38E, because that means you didn't believe the performance. And if you don't believe, you have to write them of the shortcomings. So there's a question for Public Service Commission to answer, Igwe. Because he said, if you believe that the performance is high, so the deputy commissioner, you bring him back and you confirm him to the rank because you believe his performance was so high without even performing as a deputy. You understand what's going on? So you believed that the deputy presently performance was so high, so there was no need for him to continue to act or to act. So you confirm him. Okay, bravo. You make a brave decision. All right. What's about Mr. Tafawa Pierre? You understand the crux of the matter with Public Service Commission? What is the reason for reverting him other than he being married to Miss Emmeline Pierre? That is the crux of the matter, you know. Because on his appraisal, which you have, he exceeded the requirements. So immediate supervisor told you that Tafawa Pierre exceeds his requirements. Because 95 say, if you satisfy, so you reverted him, that means you did not satisfy. And if you did not satisfy, you have to go back to Section 38E. You can't just revert him, so you have to write him. And say, bro, he's a marginal performer and you need to improve. But you didn't do that. And it's not an Igwe. This thing was written since in 1969, Igwe. That time, I was still in liquid form. You understand, Igwe? So not to say I write or influence this writing. During the probationary period of any employee, his appointment may without inquiry or reason given to him to be terminated. But you cannot terminate when you have preamble set like seniority and performance. So, here goes. You don't confirm the people name I call. What is the reason for not confirming? Because here, your rules say you have to inform them of their deficiencies. But you didn't do it. You didn't do it. I want to clip with the commissioner again, Igwe. Because that's an important clip. Because I'm about to embark on Section 97.
There have been a number of issues also in the media surrounding the RGPF. And I want to state here that the issue relating to the voice note that went viral on social media, of course, we had Superintendent Kerwin, who the voice note purported to be, having a response in various platforms of the media, indicating his response to the voice note. Notwithstanding his response, I want to assure you that this matter is currently under investigation, under active investigation at this point in time. There has been another issue viral in social media involving an incident at Victoria purporting to have a senior officer involved. This matter is also under investigation.
So Public Service Commission, Section 95 of your thing, the SR and O. You see, when men they on disciplinary proceedings or criminal investigations, they're not supposed to be promoted. But you, Public Service Commission, backdate Mr. Varney Cohen promotion to 2022 when the commissioner categorically stated he was under investigation for alleged conduct, but you reverting Tafawa Pay. Let's take the call.
Hello.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Clifford.
Yes, sir. How are you? Hello?
Hey.
Yeah. I heard you call about 11 names of persons who have not been given the promotion.
Yes.
Right. I remember, let me give you a story that happened to me as an extension officer with Coco. The supervisor have to grade us every year, appraise us every year. 4 officers was working under that supervisor. When he appraised him, when he reached to me, he said, I can't give you full marks for honesty. I asked him what dishonesty I ever carried out since I'm there. He said, I don't have nothing, but I can't give you the full marks. And he did that to all the other persons, the other 3 persons, he tell them the same thing. Later on, his supervisor now had us to supervise him. The gentleman died already, but his supervisor, the person I'm talking about, she's living still. She had us to supervise him. When she wished to supervise him, to grade him, she's put ability to work with people. She gave him a low mark there. That man cost for about 10 years. Is what he didn't say about that woman. When he was degrading us, he didn't remember that. When somebody else had to degrade him, he cost for the whole time. The person I'm talking about then and the person to whom I am referring to as was the grader, she is living still. That's just to tell you how some people are. I heard the commissioner said that he have more grading to be done. He have more people to put in. He couldn't do all one time. So the others who have not grade up will get their grade up. And I believe what you say, that these people were handpicked to put where they put them. And the others, for instance, Mr. Cohen, the commissioner said openly that Mr. Cohen is under investigation. But in the second action in Victoria, he never called the person's name. But he came back afterwards and told us that the person was tried in-house, but we never heard what the in-house report was. So you see, fellas in high position, what happened? He never tell the nation what was the finding of the gentleman. Today we hear the gentleman is upgraded. Word to the wise.
Before they finish?
Word to the wise is sufficient. But he that hardeneth his neck shall be caught out without warning. Those say the whole thing, Clifford. Now, my thing in speaking on this ego is simply this. When the gentleman, Mr. Cohen, was promoted to Assistant Commissioner of Police, they say they backdate the appointment to 2022. That is the same time the commissioner say he was under investigation. My issue here now is not if it was done in-house, out-house, dog-house, cat-house. The fact that they're rewarding these gentlemen by PSC backdating his promotion flies in the face of 97 1A, B, and C. Because if somebody under disciplinary proceeding, that means investigation or charge or whatsoever, or criminal investigation or charge, you backdating his promotion to that time, so you're giving him credit for something he have not done. And what is laughable about Public Service Commission, and to show you pure politics, because the gentleman does not make it silent as to who he supporting politically. has he ever acted in the capacity of assistant commissioner? So they use section 95 on the first appointment, which when he was an inspector, he don't need to act to promote him to ASP. They'd use that same section for the deputy commissioner. He didn't have to act, they confirm him, but they revoked her for her pay. So you see the double standard? So when did Mr. Randy Carnot and Mr. Vanny Cohen acted in the rank of ACP to be promoted to ACP? When? That's the question Public Service Commission must answer. So they don't act, but they promote them. The one who act, you revote him. Those who act, you don't conform in them. And the Prime Minister talking about politics. Because maybe he does be away too much flying on plane. But he know. He busy trying to gather ammunition to deal with the chicken man. So you crediting a man for what he don't do when he's supposed to be under investigation, as the commissioner say. You backdating the promotion. So what happening now? Then police end up to work again, just mischief people and they could get through. Because there are classic cases that are going and you mischief people and then you say you're a NDC and you get in promotion. So there are classic cases, they fly in the face of section, they use section 95 to violate section 97. Because section 95 say on your first appointment to the Public Service Commission, and in case of police, is an inspector. And you should act for not more than 2 years. But at any time, if they feel after 12 months you're good enough, they could promote you. So maybe this gentleman didn't act as ACP, but they find it good enough, they promote it. And to add insult to injury, they backdated to a time when he was under investigation, which flies in the face of section 97 of the Public Service. And you're telling me how Public Service Commission don't know what they're doing? They fully aware. And it's trying to decolonize the police force, is to single out people, that victimization for cruel and unusual treatment. So Bass Command Orders, they single them out for cruel and unusual treatment, that victimization. Because nepotism, because maybe Bass come and them not a friend, not a relative, or they associate. So they can't come under nepotism. So they rather victimize them. And all you're talking about, they don't have respect for the police force. So that is why the deputy commissioner had to come and tell people crime is on the rise. That is exactly the crux of the matter, Igwe. So when they come and they're talking the utter nonsense, and Clifford just indicated how the commissioner say he has some more promotion. He know he have, but the present commissioner, Igwe, with all due respect to you, sir, you're in a precarious position here. Because I feel they're using your name to do a lot of things. Because they didn't want Christopher Columbus in Italy. And I will say that here now, school children say, the same man what they trying to shield during the pandemic, the same man they trying to shield, and the same man school children say you advise how to get around. The same investigation that we talk about is the same man what they promoting things on social media. That's what school children say. I don't know. I only reporting what school children say. And the same man the school children say want to see the back of you. So I don't know, sir, if you wantonly doing what happening in the promotion, or if your hands tie, like red plastic bag, say your hands tie up. Because school children say you had 77 vacancies for sergeants. And you only do out 54. I don't know if you was doing 55 in 54. I don't know if you was wear your cap low. But they say you had 77 vacancies. So yes, Clifford, they could have one again because he had more vacancy. But I don't know if it is the rest is for political cleansing. Because you can't take chance now. And Igwe, when Real FM jammed the information that Friday, they postponed the promotion, claiming, you go hear the thing, you know? Because I go debunk the whole thing here now, you know? They say based on the recent homicide, and they use a nice word, you know? Because they don't, we go say, Real FM, we go say murder or killing. You had 2 killings in a short time, one in Vietnam or something, and one on the west. They say because of the killing, I'm paraphrasing here, because they use the word homicide, they put it off. And at the same time, the deputy commissioner say crime is on the increase. And they say, you go put it off for Monday, what? I don't know, because you see, the Ancient of Days is a man. The law of the Lord is perfect, it converts the soul. The testimonies of the Lord, it show. It makes wise the simple way. You know you had a murder in Carriacou this Sunday. So if they postpone the promotion Friday because of homicide, why they had it Monday and he had a murder in Carriacou Sunday? You understand? You see lie? So the excuse Igwe, when the information came out, and during all of it, Igwe, on Sunday evening, they calling people. You know. They was in, I don't know if they get intoxicated. Even men who want to retire, they call their name on the list to be promoted. Could you imagine this? They say, yeah, you have a story I really, really like. School children say, a particular individual scored high in the examination. And even in the department that particular person was, persons who did worse off than them in the examination was promoted. So that person may have vented. And in venting, I don't know if it's by design or accident, the information reached on a particular chat. School children say they call that person and say, Igwe, next time not to do that, but you will get promoted. It was an oversight, you know, because I tell you how old people are grow up, as he day, leave he day, but next time they'll put it day. You understand? They say, you shouldn't do that. That's school children say, but it was an oversight, and we put you in. You understand the kind of market are going on? And that is why the force is so discombobulated right now. That is why they don't have respect for the people in administration. Because they're telling you them people in administration does lie. They tell you does leak information, they does mash up phone and advise people to get rid of phone. You understand? And that's what we're treating with. So when we see the upsurge in crime, we don't have to look far. And the Minister of National Security could fix it. Because school children say the worst commissioner whatever passed in the history of Grenada have input in the promotion saga. When he was commissioner, the amount of men who are going court and get promoted after a promotion exercise again. So, latest report is out, 40-something officers have already indicated that they go with the court closed. So, when they say you have a next promotion next month, because they're trying to avoid court, because school children also say, them in RC this morning, they say how information going out to divisional heads and commanders advising persons in those divisions not to go to court. he has something coming up soon again. So you understand the whole matter? So we must talk about that because it affects national security. And the deputy commissioner agree. Crime is on the rise. He agree. Crime is on the rise. You have Section 10 of the promotion regulations, which clearly states if you have a disciplinary matter, whether under investigation, whether the matter is being dealt with trial and whether you've been convicted and sentenced in the last 2 years, you're not eligible. But you have men, you have persons who are disciplinary matter hanging over their head in the last 2 years and they get promoted. You have people who did not attempt the exam and they get promoted. And you need to ask questions as to what's going on, Igwe? What's going on? Because the promotion regulation speaks to certain things, and I'll get to it here now because Section 17 is an important section, and I just want to go through it a bit because you see, I want to be fair in every thing here. I don't come here, I don't want no dog in the race like I always say. So I just want to, Section 17 is an important section for one to speak to. Section 17, it talk about accelerated promotion. So you could promote people, but you have to have certain criteria as to how you promote these people. It's not just you're promoting people. So he talks about Section 15 of the police promotion regulation. It says, in cases of specialized employment critical to the viability and professional efficiency of the RGPF, or in special circumstances, the commissioner may promote any subordinate officer or constable without requiring him or her to qualify for promotion under this regulation. But he say, in cases of specialized, he didn't say you could just promote your secretary or your driver. You have to satisfy in cases of specialized employment, critical to the viability and professional efficiency of the RGPF, or in special circumstances. So if men, they're on the Prime Minister detail and they don't do exam, it's not just promoting them because they're on the Prime Minister detail. They have to satisfy specialization and critically viable and professionally. So it's not just so. Because the regulation will say that, not me, And I was not in the RGPF on that regulation, and they seek no advice from me to write that. So he said the commissioner could do it, but he has to satisfy the grounds. So a lot of men who feel aggrieved and shortchanged and who do the exam, they could quote Section 15. And those who get in lieu of, they could ask the commissioner, why you give that man? What he specializes in and you don't give me? And he has to answer. Whether the commissioner, the real one or the acting one, or those that in charge of the work. Even who they on them Even the one that in Washington right now. Maybe he's the one they should ask. You know who they know who they in Washington on a course right now. So when the one in Washington, I could ask this one, because this one says the most third powerful man in Grenada after the GG and the Prime Minister. So I could ask him. Because like I say, I don't know if the commissioner hands tied behind him back or in front of him. I don't know if he's doing that wantonly or they causing him to do. I don't know if they're using him to do it because he tell the police and them he on the way out. And what concerns me, Igwe, is the fact that the commissioner is going around having meetings and telling the rank and file he going. He telling them he know a lot of them want to go for betterment. However, they should stay. But the deputy telling people you don't have no thing. Deputy, you know you have over 300 resignation or retirement letter. You know all you calling people are in America and begging them to come back. So why you admitting to the nation crime is on the upsurge, but you don't admit in the obvious a lot of people want to go? Mr. Commissioner or Deputy Commissioner, he's a guy I know and I've grown to have some respect for. Let it remain that way. Do go and do things and don't meet people in the ministerial complex and hogging them up and telling them you didn't see their name on the list when you know they do exam and people see they didn't do exam. But if you publish the names as the regulation require, not code, you will know who name are there and who no name are there. So stop it. Don't hug people and tell them untruth. Folks, we'll take a break here. We have the news and we'll be back.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful. I say we have to prepare to meet the challenges of life without fear. Greed and jealousy, hatred and envy, man, you have to move with care in that jungle out there. You got to be careful.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
Welcome to the latest news update as produced by Triple N. Details when we get back.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway, St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials, including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&N Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices. Or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&N Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Welcome back locally. The St. Patrick's branch of the Grenada Diabetes Association is set to host its annual Step Out and Walk to Prevent and Control Diabetes Walk. This annual health walk will be held on Sunday, May 28, 2023 at 3:30 p.m. The walk begins at the Marley Junction through Lamour, Mades, and ends at the Sates bus terminal. In the region in Barbados, Minister of Education Kay McConney has responded to reports that one of the Caribbean Examination Council's exam paper was leaked. On Wednesday, CXC revealed it had launched an investigation following concerns surrounding its Caribbean Secondary Education Certificate Math Paper 2. Here's Minister McConney's statement.
I wish to inform that the Ministry of Education, Technological and Vocational Training has been made aware by the Caribbean Examinations Council that one of its mathematics papers, the 2023 Caribbean Secondary Education Certificate, CSEC, was leaked ahead of the exam. This paper was administered to students in Barbados yesterday, May the 17th, between 9 a.m. and noon. Our ministry recognizes and we certainly appreciate the significant implications that this development can potentially have for students who wrote the exam in good faith, as well as the anxiety that they and their parents may be having at this time. The Caribbean Examinations Council has informed our ministry that it has initiated an investigation, and our ministry, while awaiting the results of this probe, will conduct our own review of all the options available to us to look out for the interest of our students. We will, of course, communicate to all stakeholders on the findings at the earliest opportunity.
Around the globe, the death toll following flooding in northern Italy has risen to 13, with officials saying it has caused billions of euros worth of damage. Details in this report.
A helicopter hovers over the flooded streets of a town in Emilia-Romagna as rescue workers evacuate yet another person from their home. Some 20,000 people have been left homeless in the northern region, with 41 towns and villages destroyed by water. The death toll from the floods has risen to 13, but several people are still missing after torrential rains pushed rivers and tributaries to burst their banks. The most catastrophic flooding to affect Italy in 100 years. Although the rains have stopped, the sewage systems are saturated and water continues to overflow. The region, which has been suffering from a drought, estimates losses in the millions from the widespread damage.
And in sport, a late rally from Jamal Murray helped the Denver Nuggets beat the Los Angeles Lakers 108-103 to go 2-0 up in the Western Conference Final Series. Murray scored 23 of his 37 points in the fourth quarter, including 4 3-pointers from 5 attempts. Denver are now just 2 wins away from securing the first appearance in the NBA Finals. This ends the latest news update as produced by Triple N. I am your presenter Maxine Antwine, thanking you for joining us.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour. From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&N Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&N Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
The Pure Grenada Excellence Champion Program promotes a legacy of excellence by investing in our people, embracing excellent service, and always providing exceptional experiences. The Caracou training sessions were a hit. This time, we will be training right here on mainland Grenada. Training sessions begin May 15th, 2023. Register now by calling GTA Head Office 440-2279, emailing info@puregrenada.com or visiting www.puregrenada.com/excellence champion. Remember, excellence begins with me. Excellence ends with all our we.
Now more than ever, Flow is working hard to keep you connected to the things that matter most. Your family, your work, and your favorite entertainment. We are also providing Flow Study free of charge so students can stay connected and up to date with their schoolwork. And because your safety is our highest priority, you can manage your account from the safety of your own home through the MyFlow app. We are here for you, keeping you connected.
Larry, I love the new home. Did you remember the tips we discussed?
As a matter of fact, they were very helpful. We always follow the manufacturer's guidelines. Check for damaged cords, turn off electrical equipment before cleaning, and we never overload sockets.
And we always use a licensed electrician for electrical work and a certified technician for repairs.
Grenlink, energizing.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an X-car and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with mag wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned 8-cylinder. With posh new fittings, this maxi car arrived. Then it started to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize. They say the new driver cannot drive.
And NDC government will put an end to contract workers in the public service as soon as it takes office. There is no need for a parallel public service in Grenada. All workers will be given permanent status.
Yes,
so now we just hear from the Minister of Finance, my parliamentary representative, about making persons permanent as soon as the NDC gets into office. Now the NDC is in office over close to 1 year. Why as staff members, nurses, were informed come the end of June, they are advised to write the ministry if they desire to continue on a contract. When the goodly Minister of Finance, Mr. Cornwall, indicated on the campaign that persons will be made permanent, there's no need for a parallel public service. Morning, Mr. Andre Donald. How are you doing?
Morning, Carl Caton. I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good. I'll consider I'm good.
That's good to know. When a friend and a brother is good, it speaks volumes of the other individual. It means that whatever I would have done or not done, you are still good.
Well, they say the ends justify the means. Yeah, this morning I was just going through some phases. A lot had to do with the RGPF, and I'll tell you why. The Deputy Commissioner of Police indicated to the nation that crime is on the increase.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we here at the Real FM, as they say, all your clock indicated to this administration, one, don't interfere with the social safety nets. It could cause social instability and crime. And we beg them, please, don't politicize the RGPF. Well, the present Prime Minister, when then leader of the NDC, spoke about politics in the force and so on. And it gave comfort to a certain level that he may not go down that road, but first opportunity he get through means like the Public Service Commission, the Deputy Commissioner, one of the ex-commissioner who was the worst in the history of the police force. We see what really happening. So we hearing a lot of the promotion. We heard a lot of the confirmation and non-confirmation. We heard about reverting of rank. And now the mass promotion, we're hearing so much of hiccups, you know. In some instances, persons who topped the exam, the name wasn't called first, and subsequent they were called and so on. And you hear over 20 persons have already indicated their willingness to go to court to get redress. So with all of that, and in the face of the Deputy Commissioner saying crime is on the increase, it is worrying for we the citizen. Because as the Prime Minister rightly said, if the thing don't go right with the RGPF, all of us will go feel it, and we start to feel it already because people afraid to leave their home now. People could just walk up on the beach. So you might be on the beach somewhere and somebody just come in a boat and walk up and kill her and go. Because that's happening here. You might just walk in the road now and see somebody with a machete, cutlass, and they might just chop you because that's happening. And with the regularity, with this happening, it is not something normal. Because we've been here for a while. As you told me one time, you're in tongue long and we do accustomed to that. So something is causing that. And as one person said to me, it could be the level of frustration by persons not walking, and a lot of persons the 150 remove, and a lot of persons like water go cut off on them and so on. So stress and frustration is a hell of a thing. And we here advised the present administration, but maybe we were too ordinary for them to listen. So I sought to do some clarity in terms and to put it straight at the feet of the Public Service Commission. Because there are certain sections within the Public Service regulations which is flagrantly violated, and persons of legal learning fraught, they vex as to how it's going. So I sought to go through some and try to explain at best, because I didn't pass the bar, but I know a little bit. So that's where we are so far for the morning.
Okay. Well, my thing is still keeping the same vein that you've been exploiting. And that word is used in a very positive manner. the same vein that you've been going ahead with, and that is the RGPF and the promotions. And while we've seen, and I have been reliably informed that the brother of Member of Parliament Kate Lewis, I've been informed that her brother scored as much as 89, which is, there's a possibility that 89 would have topped in his category, if I can put it that way. And he did not get called up, as far as I know. I don't know if recently he did, but then there was somebody in the same locale as him who got 76 or 79, and that person got called up.
And even in that particular rank, he had 77 vacancies.
All right. So that begs a question to be asked there. And while I am with politicians, I go on Emmeline Pierre. Her husband, who was acting in the position of Deputy Commissioner of Police, and he did that very well. I understand somebody told me that there is a document going around which speaks to his grading, and the fact that his grading has been very, very high.
Exceed requirement.
Yeah, and one wonders why he was reverted. So he wasn't given a rank that he was supposed to be given. I think you spoke to that for a minute. So there is Emmeline Pierre, husband, feeling the brunt of it, and Kate Lewis's brother feeling the brunt of it. And still, while with politicians, one did get information that the husband of Member of Parliament for St. Andrew North West, her husband, one got information that he got confirmed in what position again was it called? Assistant Superintendent of Police. He got confirmed. I didn't see anything that he top grades or whatever. I didn't see that, so I can't comment on that. But the fact that he got confirmed, it baffles me. And again, I bring it around, and I have to bring it around. If it'll be remiss of me if I don't bring it around. The parlaying, if you'll call it that, the fraternizing between the MP and the present administration, one could ask the question, and one will not be malicious in asking the question: does her fraternizing with the National Democratic Congress administration, as a matter of fact, she's resigned from the New National Party, and on her resignation, her husband got the glories. So can one use, you know a lot more about legal terminologies than I do, Carl. Can one use quid pro quo in that situation there? Is it okay to use that phrase? I'm not as legally learned as yourself. So what we're seeing is discrepancies, and I'm speaking of it from the political sense, because in one breath you hearing the Prime Minister saying, we should not, and then in the next breath, or in the next sighting, you're realizing, hold on, this, what the Prime Minister has spoken about, and he spoke about that before he got into office.
Yep.
This, what the Prime Minister has spoken about and said that this should not happen, is the same thing that is happening now. So the question begs to be asked. is the Prime Minister aware? And I must ask that question. Is the Prime Minister aware? Or is it a situation where those that he installed, are they making the decisions without him knowing? The question begs to be asked.
But he's the Minister of National
Security. He's the Minister of National Security. But I say this, you know when you was in schools, Carl, and you had your teacher in the class and teaching, and you wanted to go to the toilet, Carl, and you put up your finger on your head like this, those folks who looking on YouTube, they'll see, and then you say, sir, permission please.
Permission please.
Carl, it's the same thing I say. Sir, permission please. Sir, I hear the previous administration, they give the Flowers man a waiver when I fire the pass. Sir, I hear that after that, I hear the Flowers man, they get money from the Farmers Bank to assist him after the fire, sir.
You see that bank?
Sir, I hear the hibiscus take the money and reinvest it. Yes, sir, the Flowers man. That's what I mean by hibiscus. He take the money and he reinvest it. Doing that which was not supposed to be done, sir. Sir, they say that is why the plantation of flowers owe so much money in taxes now, sir. Sir, that is the thing, you know. They give the man the money, sir, to do one thing, and he do a next thing.
Hope it's not Pakoti.
I don't know. Pakoti is a thing I hear out in Trinidad. Carly tell me what Pakoti mean one time. Sir, permission, please. Sir, I just realized you people do well informed, sir. Sir, the coursing, and so they coursing, sir. Sir, they coursing Carl, and sir, they coursing Pierre, and they coursing the Donald guy, sir. They say that them three only line on you. And they saying, sir, you don't have no CBI company in your name. So, sir, I know you like the truth. So, sir, I go post it, I go post it, sir. One day I go get it and I go post it for people to see, especially those, sir, in the St. Patrick's West constituency. I go post it for them to see, sir, that we don't lie. You is part, sir, part of the CBI. Yes, sir. I'm showing them that they don't know nothing about you. Yes, sir, you know it's true. They don't know nothing about you. So in 2-2, you become the political leader. And in 2-2, you become the Prime Minister of Grenada. Grenada don't know nothing about you. And your supporters in your party don't know nothing about you, sir. But, sir, that is how you like it. Sir. Sir, I tell them, sir, yes, sir. You say you go get information to the people when they need information, sir. So that is the reason, sir, why they don't know about you and the CBI thing. Sir, I go tell you something else I hear, sir, that you, yes, sir, you know, I hear how they saying you and a gentleman who formerly involved in the vehicular business, sir, they say how all you have a CBI business in the islands up the road. Sir, it's just here. You can't punish me for that, sir. That is not a good thing. How you go punish me for what thing out of here? I don't know if Carl, you hear anything like that?
Yeah, the people say that.
The people say that? Yeah. Sir, I wonder if you realize that all you MP who win with you have financial problems, sir. Yes, sir. And sir, even the one that they say might be joining you, sir, have financial problems too, you know. So, sir, like you attracting financial problems. Sir, all the money you go make from CBI, sir, you go have to share it with them, you know. The one that come in and join you, and you 8 others, sir. Sir, by the way, you don't find your people and them who was real bad for you on social media. So I don't find they slowing down. As calculating. So like they don't jolly again. It's like you do them something. Or is it because they realize you don't want nothing and it's only old talk, travel, and mischief you could make? Yes, sir. They start to see the real you, sir. I hear they singing a new song. Not the driver can drive, sir. They singing a song that go like this. I see your true color shining through. Sir, I don't know what the song means. You know what the song means, sir? They don't sing in driver can drive. They singing, I see your true color shining through. Sir, you see me? I wash me mouth. Let Carl talk with because I have more thing to say, sir.
No, man. You're the man.
Sir, permission, please.
Yeah, permission granted.
Sir, Carl speak about all who get and don't get in relation to promotion. But, sir, he forget the RRU department. They don't get one person promoted, sir. Sir, that is a strange thing for a department which performs with distinction at all times, sir. So that team hurting and they hurting real bad. How I know? So they stop me in the road and his RRU, you know how to stop. And then they say, you better talk first or else we will RRU you.
They go RRU you?
Yeah. So somebody calling. So let me see. Let me see if I could hear the person, sir.
We lost it.
We lost the caller. Okay, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right.
You still have permission?
I have permission still?
Yeah,
okay, yeah. So I didn't want them to RRU me, so I stop and they tell me, talk first. We don't hear nobody, not even Carl Kitten, no talking for us. So talk for us in the RRU department. Anyway, sir, members of the public having serious problems with the way things going, sir. Sir, are you paying any attention with the way cost of living rising? Sir, they say it rising like when they put yeast when they getting ready to make bread. So cost of living rising fast. Sir, they asking you to take a look at the cost of meat and fish. Sir, they say just now they go can't eat that, you know. Sir, they ask how is it possible that you say you will control the price of fuel and you just let it go like that? And sir, you don't look like you will do nothing about it anytime soon. So I know right now you does not go to the supermarket, sir. So you have no idea of the prices of things. Sir, just go one day for yourself because you know if you ask those around you, sir, they go just continue to lie for you and tell you everything okay, sir. So that is the problem, you know. Them people and them around you, sir. Ask Johnny. Yes, Johnny behind the bank in Sotesde. Ask him, sir. Them people around you, they go continue to lie for you and tell you, sir, that everything is alright. When they know everything do alright, sir. Sir, you people gone into a bubble. The latest is on social media. They saying the talk of the masses, which is on the street, is old talk and don't mean nothing. Yes, sir. Ask Ali. Yes, Ali, my friend by way Bobla people used to live there. Ask Ali. They say old talk don't mean nothing. Sir, just let me take a little color. I come into you about a little piece to read again to sir. Sir, it's like they forget it's the same masses that freed the man you love so much in the revolution. The revolution, man. You just light candle for. Sir, I know You does not listen. So what I'm telling you, these things for is to cause you to stop and listen, sir. Sir, I'm sorry for you, you know, because your fate is already decided, sir. They say one term is one term and one term alone. Sir, I'm going to take the phone call.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to Master Carl, Andre, Igwe, and to Real FM listeners. On a serious note, I'm zeroing down on the Prime Minister. Every time something happens or raises its head in Grenada, every time we have an issue to deal with, the Prime Minister is, and mark my word, conveniently out of state. We're talking about the Prime Minister. Every issue, every development, and I don't want them to put it in terms of development for the country, but everything that happens, the Prime Minister is out of state. We're talking about the person that was given the mandate to lead the country. How could this be? He's out of state. So, and things that where he's supposed to be in the state. For example, such a big promotion. You're the Minister of National Security. Men under your guard, men under your care have been promoted, and you're not there. But you know what? When he comes back, and it has been brought to his attention, you know what he normally says? I am not aware of that. I have no idea. He must not aware. He must have no idea, because he's always out of state. My question is, which country is he governing? Is he governing Grenada or out of state country? I mean, I find that it's getting real out of hand now. Every time the Prime Minister is out of state when a matter have to be dealt with in the country. I mean, when asked about it, oh, he has no idea. He was not informed. When he was out of state with the shooting of no, he was in a meeting. He was in a meeting here in Grenada with the shooting of the young man in Guave. And he could have speak of it in the meeting themselves. He wasn't informed. He wasn't informed. He was informed. Not because he was in the state, he was informed. So are you telling me no, that because he's out of state, he's not informed? That pretensiveness, he better get rid of it. That pretensiveness, he better get rid of it. You've been given the mandate to lead Grenada. You're the Prime Minister of Grenada. See yourself as the Prime Minister of Grenada and not nothing else. It's as simple as that. I mean, it's getting serious now. Everything, you're out of state, you're out of state, you're out of state, you're out of state. Well, we're going to call the Prime Minister out of state. We're going to call the Prime Minister out of state because I just cannot understand. Things are happening in Grenada. When was the issue for the 70 million that we lost in Barbados? He was in state. He didn't go to address that one. You as the Prime Minister, the Ministry of Finance, you never go to deal with that one. You never go to deal with that one. That was for the benefit of Grenadians. You didn't go out of state then. You remain in state. But other issues, you're finding yourself out of state. Okay, stay out of state. I'm a Grenadian, I'm staying in state.
You don't want to buy ticket.
Okay.
You don't want to buy ticket where you go.
$100.
Yeah.
Mitchell and Partners, Inc. Unit number 1, Hobson House, St. John Street, St. George's, Grenada, West Indies.
Who's that?
Telephone, CBI agent.
Oh.
Telephone number 14734352017. 14734392017. Deacon at michelsco.com. Skeeter at michelsco.com. Well, here, the star boy they too, you know.
Who's the star boy?
The star boy.
School can say, hey, governor.
Citizenship. and Corporate Services Limited, Mr. Dennis Sylvester Matthew Cornwall, numbers 14734593880414968612037158922. And these people, but look at the website was saying that. These people are sitting in government. And here what they're doing? They're playing around the person. One was the Minister of Finance, he give the next one Minister of Finance now. The money, and I keep telling you, follow the money. And as we on that 100 now, the present Prime Minister went to Dubai, and we question why he went to Dubai on the CBI trip. Because we didn't ask him. He came and he volunteered information when they had some town hall / rally in the trade center. And he talked about a Polish gentleman. He talked about the Polish gentleman. He talked about 295 and then the next time he said 300. He talked about cabinet conclusion. And the whole thing, the Toyota people, he don't mention in them in none of this. But he have another Polish gentleman, Andrew Donald, what he have to tell us about now. Because the Polish gentleman know a lot of his visit to Dubai and the CBI. So there are Polish he have to tell us about. He don't have to tell us about cabinet conclusion now. He just have to tell us what is, if that is a friend of his, if the man had any influence in he going to Dubai, if the man assisted him anyhow financially to go to Dubai. We need to know that things. Because you realize, and we at Real FM keep saying this thing, since the budget was read, we query the fact of the reliance to finance the budget on the CBI program. Under Section 11, we deal with the National Transformation Fund. And ironically, that fund was there and 40% of that was as a savings in the event of any eventuality. So the funeral people just call it the event of an eventuality. He had that 40% there. As you call it, it was in escrow as to put it. So you could have dip into it. They say, nah. Because when they couldn't find funds as school children say to pay salary, you had 10 million in that fund. So they say they bring it down to 10% to get that money to use. And we have a lot of things to unpack, because even the bi-monthly salary, the amount of people that are crying and say they don't get in funds, Andre, is a lot of people.
Yeah.
The people say they don't get in funds.
Yeah.
Because they see the financial place where they are like a mortgage and they calling them, they have to hide, they can't answer the phone. So, Andre, we spoke of to make those monies, a lot of passports are to sell. Close to 3,000. So you don't surprise me all this trip on CBI. And then you start to hear this name again, Henley and Partners or some name again. Let me take the call.
Good morning.
Good morning, Igwe.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Carl. Good morning, Mr. Donald.
Good morning.
Something I heard on the news last night. I just want to pass it on to know if you all know about it already or if you all don't know yet. With Mr. Simmons and the opposition leader. The opposition leader was sued by Mr. Simmons, and Mr. Simmons won, and the opposition leader have to pay 100 and something million for some accusation. He linked Mr. Simmons with some land in Hope, and since 2014, and some of the people died, and who opened the case. And Mr. Simmons was talking, but I didn't see no liar. Only he was talking and saying, well, he's glad everything settled to clear his name, and he's very glad what is the outcome. because the opposition leader say, at the time was the Prime Minister, the opposition leader say that he was part of the company that bought the place in Hope where they was to build the school Ahmed. But he bought the land before. So he had to the opposition leader know to court. We opened the case for scandalizing his name. So I don't know if you all heard that yet, but that's what I heard last night. Mostly the talking was Mr. Simmons that was talking. And you only show Dr. Keith's face. Well, they don't show his face, but he didn't speak. And they said when they was trying to get in touch with Dr. Keith, he was out of his office already. He left already, so they didn't get no feedback from him. So I don't know if you all heard that yet.
Thank you.
And then the next part, what I heard with the IMF here in Grenada to investigate the economy of the country and some long word, I can't pronounce it because I didn't read so far in school. And the IMF leaving today, but the Prime Minister is out of state, so they might meet up in the air. And somebody from the bank was speaking about, but I can't say the name of the bank. Those words are them so funny, I cannot use them. But somebody from some bank was giving some rundown about what year they don't get no report for the bank from some place about since 2016, and they had to get a report from them in 2022, and now in 2020 they don't get no report.
But let me ask you a question now. Where you getting your information from?
On GBN.
Oh my God.
So that is why I tell
Do
you
me a favor, please. Do me a favor.
Don't listen again.
I'm not. I can't tell you not to listen. Don't come here and talk that thing.
Don't listen.
You could listen. I cannot stop you from listening what you want to listen. Right, but when you get your thing, don't come here with it.
I don't want you to listen. Don't listen.
You understand me?
Okay, sorry for spoiling your day.
No, you didn't spoil it. I just tell you what not to do.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, but to me, I spoil your day. So anyhow, I'm sorry about that. So next time I will keep it.
Because I could tell you one thing. I could tell you one thing that I know for a fact. You spoke about, they say that they could not reach Dr. Mitchell. There is no record from Dr. Mitchell's end that anybody reached out to him from that organization. So you understand. So I start in the end.
Okay.
And you understand that is lie already. Okay. So don't come back with that and again, please. Okay, no, well, and it's not 100,000 million. It's just 130,000. Yeah?
All right.
I don't know if that's what you hear, but just telling you what it is.
I hear 100 and something.
Right. There's 130,000. And there's no finality in the case yet. Because I don't think judgment has not been given yet.
No written judgment.
No written judgment has been given as yet. So
and once written judgment, the option.
Yeah. The option is
the option to appeal.
To appeal. So we don't know. So everybody just running like if there's been a written judgment. There's been no written judgment.
What a school child says to me, Andre.
Well, no, as I heard the first time, I don't.
Yeah, so that will tell you. Don't come with that enemy, Bobo.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, darling. Take care.
Right, so have a blessed day.
Oh, okay, great.
A school child says to me, Master Carl, the person delivering the judgment in that matter, find out which political organization in Grenada they worked with before. So I say, okay. I say no more. So I'm in Marco now, Andre, you raised some. We were talking about the CBI. And we question and we asking. Well, just to speak on a little bit what the caller just said in terms of the CBI. In terms of the Caribbean Development Bank, they was here, or representative from it was here. Representative from the IMF was here. And school children uttered that the Caribbean Development Bank representative or persons was not pleased as to how the funds is being handled here. I don't know. And I'm expecting to hear some communique on this visit by the people from this esteemed financial institution, the IMF and the CDB. Because we here at Real FM had our concerns as to what is happening in the GDP. In recent times, the concern was raised as to a sitting minister, and you alluded to the fact that a lot of the present sitting ministers has financial issues, and we heard about the 10 million with a particular financial entity in this country. And when you hear esteemed persons from the IMF and esteemed persons from the CDB here, one has to wait to hear what's the verdict. What's the verdict? And at the same time, you hear people, because the IMF is here as they are conducting Article 4 consultation, and one has to understand what here is at play equally. Because you see, you have a lot of persons jumping up, or the country this and the country that. But I ask them one question and one question only, you know, Igwe. Name me one capital project that this present administration could claim as theirs. Because all what they've been speaking so far is order by the other government. The party what was in government then. All the projects you see, they're going to take out PTA by. So you do so much in 11 months. Name me one. Only one capital project this present administration could claim as theirs from the initiating stage. And then we go start to talk about who performing and who had performed, Igwe. So back to the CBI, Igwe. You have to sell
3,000 passports.
Almost 3,000 passports to make the money they presented in the best budget. So you have to do some work. But the question is, Igwe, the present holder of the office of Prime Minister is the chairman or ex officio in charge of the CBI program. So he determines how the program runs. The same person, the present holder of the office of Prime Minister, is the one responsible for giving final approval for the CBI program, Igwe. And the same person is part of Mitchell and Partners, unit number 1, Hobson House, St. John Street, St. George's, Grenada, West Indies. Telephone number 1473-435-2017, 439-2017. So is he going on those frolics as an agent to tell people, come by me, because inadvertently I had given final approval and I was setting how the program run? Or B, he going as the Minister of National Security to say, watch, is me who had given final approval? Or C, he going as the Prime Minister to say, well, watch, I in charge of that thing ex officio, you know. So I could tell you all the do's and don'ts and thing. In America, they just call that time inside trading. How does happen in America? They call that inside trading.
But there's still getting problems with that thing.
Yeah. Because if you being the Prime Minister, Andre, you ex officio, and being chairman of the cabinet, so you set the stage of how the CBI program is run. That is why you could budget and see how much money you intend to make and how much passport needs to be sold to make that money. 2, you responsible for giving final approval. If you say somebody don't get in it, they don't get in it.
No. How do you get it?
And then you is an agent and school children say that certain conversation about, they say circumstantial evidence is like a stick. When you, because he's speaking legal terms, because he's a lawyer, they go tell him. Anyway, you throw it down, you could throw it down to point where you want it to point. So now, you could point the persons that are interested to become citizens in a particular direction because the Minister of Finance is an agent.
But something that is really harrowing in that is that the Prime Minister, because he's doing what he's doing at present, he's opening up himself to questioning as it relates to underhand dealings. Because as Prime Minister, no, I said underhand dealings. You could call it what you want to call it. It's entirely up to you. Yeah, you could say that if you want. So, because what the Prime Minister is doing, when he exposes himself like that, and somebody was to approach him, let us say that because that thing in England, he's due back today, right, Carl?
Yeah.
Today or tomorrow. So let us suppose that someone is interested in that and makes a pitch to him and say, look, I'm interested in the CBI program. I want myself and my family to have additional passports. If a person makes that to him, is the Prime Minister honest enough to say, okay, I want you to get in contact with lawyer X? Is he honest enough to take that money that is looking at him straight in his face? Is he honest enough to take that money and hand it to another lawyer? I am just asking the question. You answer the question yourself. Because my grandfather told me that the most honest man, without blemish in the world, is the man who has hair growing in the middle of his hand. I have never met the Prime Minister. I've never shaken his hand, therefore, so I don't know if he has hair growing in the palm of his hand. If he does, my grandfather said then he's an honest man.
Andre, we saying the same thing, but different. That we're asking what capacity is he going in this function? Because if he go as an agent, he could say, give me.
Yeah.
If he's there as an agent, which he is registered as, he could say, well, deal with me or my firm. You see, the lines get blurred.
No, the lines get between any brethren, the line get blurred the mere fact that he is attending. If he goes as an agent, he could say, give it to my firm. Yeah. If he attends as Prime Minister, he can still say the same thing. Give it to my firm. So the thing is, the Prime Minister should not be there at all. Based on information I received in relation to that conference that he went on, he is the only leader from the OECS attending the conference. Every other person attending the conference representing islands in the OECS, they are basically the CEO of the CBI program. The Prime Minister and political leader of the National Democratic Congress did not have to attend that conference. He attended that conference because he wanted to ensure. That's what I believe. I believe he attended the conference because he wanted to ensure that his firm comes out of this smiling. And the only how I will change my thought pattern in relation to that is that the Prime Minister has to come on radio and make an announcement that he has not done that. But the mere fact that he has done it that way, it leaves me to believe anything.
That man does lie so much, I still don't believe in if he go on radio and say that. Igwe, again, I that grandmother boy, she says servant, make your foot light but your heart heavy, so you don't take in chance with servants. Go in for yourself. If the Yankee boy and they want to give me a visa to come over there and do it, I'll do it. He can't do it. And see, and that what you, and when we speak about corruption amplified, whether real or perceived, these are the things we speaking of. And Andre, in a jest way earlier on, made some salient arguments. I say, sorry, people might take it as thing. Now, one has to trust the Prime Minister. And this Prime Minister presently of Grenada, Carriacou and Petit-Martinique, interestedly, he start to forget the reverse now. He's saying Grenada, Carriacou and Petit-Martinique now.
He's saying it right now?
Yeah, he's just saying Carriacou and Grenada thing.
And he's saying him some Petit-Martinique.
Yeah. Now people have to trust him.
Now when you know the truth, Carl, remember, you say it how much times this morning that you is a old people child.
Yes.
You say that?
Yeah.
And if you were listening to your grandmother, you'll hear your grandmother say a lot of time, the truth must come out.
Yeah, it must.
It is Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique.
Yes.
That is the truth.
Yes. But
you understand? And for that matter, it is the state of Grenada. Carriacou and Petit-Martinique is just put there for political, give me a word, expedience.
Yes.
Yes.
But
it is the state of Grenada. So the Prime Minister has no authority, and based on the Constitution, to be saying Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique, or Petit-Martinique, Carriacou, Grenada, or Carriacou, Petit-Martinique, Grenada, whichever way. He has no authority on that.
So you say the Prime Minister to come on the radio and tell you that for you to believe it. But here goes. He came on the radio and he tell Iman he go make all the permanent. Lie. He came on the radio and say he go trap the seaweed. Lie. He came on the radio and say about the Polish gentleman. Lie. He came on the radio and tell us about feed beasts. Lie. He came on the radio and tell us about CJs. Lie. He came on the radio and talk about the unions. Lie. So, coming on the radio and tell me something, I don't taking it. You could believe that you.
He might not lie this time. You have to give him the benefit of the doubt, don't you think, Carl?
But they say, anytime
so every time he lying then?
He's more sly. They so call a man born clear, more sly. Better than Columbus.
Oh yeah?
Columbus do it for a reason. He want to say he discover here, he want the prestige. But this one line without reason. He don't have to have reason. Because he want just go and lie. You know? Not to say journalists ask him something and he lie. You know? He just telling lies.
Wow.
So going on the radio and telling us about CBI, you have to document it. Just how we go into the website here and he don't recuse himself here and Mr. Cornwall. Black and white.
And I am thinking, and I have been thinking, Carl, unless the people who controls that website is vindictive. Mm-hmm. Because I cannot understand why the Prime Minister of a country does not understand that, hey, I need to recuse myself from this. And in doing that, it is a way to signal and say to his Minister for Finance, you need to do the same thing. I think we have to take a break here for the news, Carl. We'll be back.
Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful. We have to prepare to meet the challenges of life without fear. Greed and jealousy, hatred and envy, man, you have to move with care in that jungle out there. You got to be careful. You got to be careful.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
Welcome to the latest news update as produced by the Northern News Network. Details when I return.
Grenlec Community Partnership Initiative.
Leicester is the main fishing village in Carriacou, and we have lost a big part of the reef system around Carriacou over the years. The Grenlec funding will target relocating by rock structures, and a lot of the reefs that we have lost we can replace. So I think we're really grateful and thankful to Grenlec for coming through with that funding for us.
Grenlec, energizing our community.
Welcome back. Locally, representatives from the CARICOM Development Fund were this week engaged in a 3-day mission to Grenada in a bid to strengthen the institution's support for 2 major projects under the portfolio of the Ministry of Agriculture and Lands, Fisheries and Cooperatives. The 2-man team directed their attention to the commencement of the Youth in Agriculture program and as well as the continued improvement of operations at the Marabo Abattoir in St. Andrew. In the region, in Guyana, consultations to soon start to revamp Local Content Act. Here's more from Antonio Day.
Attorney General and Legal Affairs Minister Anil Nandalal had revealed that the government continues to receive numerous complaints of Guyanese not being afforded the fair opportunity to participate in the oil and gas sector. As such, during his program Issues in the News, the Attorney General related that the consultation process for the revision of the Local Content Act 2021 would commence shortly.
I want to assure our viewers that that is an undertaking that is ongoing, and the review will involve consultations which we will embark upon shortly.
The local content legislation was passed in the National Assembly in December 2021. It outlined 40 different services that oil and gas companies and their subcontractors must procure from Guyanese businesses.
He did say when that bill was being promulgated that it is the first legislation of its type in the Caribbean, and that we will have to go back to the drawing boards very quickly to adjust it as we become acclimatized to this new and emerging sector.
Former president of the Georgetown Chamber of Commerce and Industry, GCCI Timothy Tucker, disclosed that the private sector had recommenced 25 new areas to be added to the services list. In 2022, the government and Ramp Logistics Guyana had a brief court battle over a local content certificate. The government said that the Trinidadian-based company did not meet the requirement for the certificate, but Chief Justice Acting Roxanne George ruled that they did.
Around the globe, Syria's Assad arrives in Saudi Arabia in first visit since war.
Stepping off a plane in Jeddah, Bashar al-Assad was greeted with handshakes and smiles. Once a pariah among the Arab League, the 22-member countries are welcoming the Syrian president back. Earlier this month, the Arab world's top diplomats agreed to fully reinstate Syria's membership after a 12-year suspension over Assad's crackdown on protesters during the Arab Spring uprising in 2011. The conflict evolved into a civil war that has left hundreds of thousands of people dead and displaced millions of Syrians within the country. Isolated on the world stage, Assad turned to Russia and Iran, carrying out acts that human rights groups say make him a war criminal, someone who does not deserve to be legitimized by other Arab nations. Diplomatic contact intensified between Damascus and Arab countries following 2 massive earthquakes that hit Syria and Turkey back in February, killing more than 6,000 Syrians. And while members of the Arab League are divided over normalizing relations with Assad, he now has a seat at the table. Still subject to American and European sanctions for his war atrocities, critics say Assad has paid little price to be readmitted into the Arab fold.
And in sports, Cricket West Indies has announced
announced its significant change in the travel and accommodation policy for the West Indies senior women's team. With immediate effect, the members of the West Indies women's squad will travel business class for all long-haul international flights and be accommodated in single rooms for all international assignments, bringing it in line with the policy for West Indies senior men's tours. This ends the latest news update as produced by Triple N. I am your presenter, Maxine Entwine, thanking you for joining us.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour. From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway, St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials, including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Ozone really gets it clean. Get with the Ozone family line of products. Ozone liquid laundry detergent, perfect for your semi or fully automatic washing machines, yet suitable for your hand wash, soft on your hands. Ozone disinfectant cleaner. It's the most powerful disinfectant and cleaner with a long-lasting fresh scent. Tackles every job around the house or office. Ozone detergent powder and ultra soft fabric softener gets your clothes clean with a natural freshness, keeps your colors bright. Choose from the wonderful scents, soft flower, ocean breeze, and the new aloe vera. Keep your kitchen sparkling clean with the Ozone dishwashing liquid, Ozone sponges, and cleaning cloth. Ozone toilet bowl cleaner removes lime scale and kills germs while giving your toilet a refreshing scent. Ozone really gets it clean. Marketed and distributed by Calico, Frequente St. George's, and are available at shops and supermarkets nationwide.
Make money, make money, 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 make money, money.
$3,000 every week for 3 months.
What?
Yes, it's the NLA's Crazy Cash Giveaway Promotion. Every week from April 11th to June 30th. 3 lucky Daily Games customers will randomly win $1,000 each week. Imagine winning as much as $36,000 in 12 weeks.
How?
Spend $12 in a single purchase on Daily Cash 4, Daily Pick 3, or Playway. Look for the words Cash Winner on your tickets to collect $1,000. The more you spend $12 on your favorite daily games, the more chances you have to win. Must be 18 or older to participate. All prizes must be collected by July 7th, 2023. Other terms and conditions apply. See stores for details. NLA, making your dreams come true.
Make money, make money, 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 make money, 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 money.
Ziz's Minimart, located in Montrose St. Patrick, is where you feel all your grocery needs. Looking for a variety of items? Visit Ziz's Minimart. We're open Monday to Thursday from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., on Fridays from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Call us today, 457-1100. That number again, 457-1100. Come to Ziz's, where you shop more and spend less.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. Your find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an next car and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with mag wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned with cylinder. With posh new fittings, this maxi car arrived. Then it started to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize. They say the new driver cannot drive.
Yes, he will be back. We were talking about the present Prime Minister.
Sir, permission, please.
Yeah.
I just want to ask you something, Carl. You know, we always interject a little bit of fun in the thing. So this is in no way meant to slander anybody or anything. But Carl, let me ask you, and I want you to answer me. How many letters does God have in it?
3.
3, they say.
Huh?
3.
How many letters does man have in it?
3.
How many letters does woman have?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
How many letters does Satan have? Hey, women, please, just having a little bit of fun. I just thought I'd have a little bit of fun.
Get links this one.
I know, get links. Call it answer. You know?
Like Igwe just pass.
But you know, you remember we had a voice from a political African teller, really identifying the situation in the country and say that man had to be Satan. So is that where you come from, Satan?
No. I came upon it, you know, and I just thought that.
Because the father of lies is Satan too. In the Bible, you see the father of lies, Igwe, is Satan.
So woman and Satan go together, that's what you say?
I did not say that.
Yeah,
no, I didn't say it. No, I just say how many words. How many letters does keep having it? KWP4.
Yeah.
How many letters does real having it? REAL4.
Keep real.
So just keep it real. No, just a bit of fun. Anyway, you were saying, Carl.
Now, there's some information surfacing.
Mm-hmm.
And we here on this station, we ask real, as you say, real questions. So we want to know from the present Prime Minister or maybe Mr. Dennis Matthew Sylvester Cornwall. Is it the intention of this present administration to give an increase of $4,000 to ministers? Because people say they hear in this stock coming up, $4,000. So you take 2 under saying our drivers and things, which was again was a lie.
Mm-hmm.
So everything make people permanent again a lie. So they say, school children want to know if you intend to take $4,000 increase on ministers' pay. Because you hear in this talk, and the reality of the situation, you take $150 from the people least who could afford it. Jay, I had a discussion with somebody who I don't believe go give me bullshit information. They have some link or affiliation with NAWAS, and they say, oh, they never see it all the time, at least long so for people for disconnection. You know?
I have been hearing that. I've been hearing that the list is very, very long. And I've also heard, and it's a question I can ask, is it true that the government is not honoring the bills they're supposed to be paying to assist the people who have been given water, who can't afford. Because they also have to realize that while they do the, how you call it? The WASH program?
Yeah.
The WASH program.
You want a thief?
These people, they can't afford. They can't afford to build and to have that. So it means that they would not be able to afford to pay for the water too, so they have to give them free water. So a lot of things that the government is not understanding that they have to do and they stop doing.
Well, Andre, when the last budget was read, we came here and we sought to give our 2 pence on the budget in an analytical way.
Mm-hmm.
We mentioned that we did not see allocations for the needy assistance program. We said so. In terms of the seed program, there was a cut in the allocation for the seed program. In terms of the e-money program, there was a cut in allocations for the program. And I'm mentioning that just to draw a parallel, Andre. Because of the cut in the seed program, the 150 had to be extricated.
Mm-hmm.
But the mischief in that, Andre, they boasting how they add people to the list.
Yeah, they've added, and that's a definite.
Andre, we talk about the cut in the needy assistance, which water paying came under, Andre. You saw assist people to pay water. Now we're seeing and we're hearing about the longest list in disconnecting for water. So we speak about the e-money too, so we are with the follow-up with the e-money.
And as you speak about the water, Carl, there's something that is of national interest that I need to point out. I live very, very close to the road. And right on the same side of me is a Nawasa
pipe.
A manhole, like if you can call it that. And ever so often, I don't know how many times per week, but it happens weekly and more than once, a vehicle would stop and they would go into that thing, and I don't know if they take water for quality control.
Or testing,
to go and test. But here's what, and this is a very dangerous thing, and Nawasa needs to realize that. The person who does it does not drive a Nawasa vehicle. Or if it is an unmarked Nawasa vehicle. Yeah?
It's safe to say unmarked vehicle.
Yeah, unmarked. 2, the person is not dressed in anything that you could identify that
as
person
a Nawasa worker.
As a Nawasa worker.
Yeah.
Therefore, in that case, you don't know who is.
You don't know who's who.
Who is troubling that thing.
Yeah.
You know, and I would want to believe that the best thing to do is to put a lock on this thing, because this is what quality control car.
You just use our willy-nilly. People can just come and they willy-nilly.
Yeah, just come and I'll hear when it opens, because I'm right there. I'll hear and I look out and I see, today I see Carl, tomorrow I see Igwe, next day I see Maxine.
You don't know who is who.
You don't know who is who, and that is not something that is safe.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that is not something. There must be, lock the thing down, or that part of it, cause it to be locked, so that when they come, they have the key, they open it, they take whatever they have to take, and then they lock it back and they move on. And have them at least, if they're using their own transport to do the job, yes, but have them at least wearing the Nawasa colors.
Yes.
So people go, because I don't feel safe. I don't know. Mm-hmm. I don't feel safe at all. So I just thought I'd point that out to Nawasa. Good morning, Jamila. Hope that you heard, or somebody will tell you that we spoke about Nawasa this morning.
Yeah, so Andre, it's sad when you move around and persons tell you about the situation with water, which is a serious commodity.
Well, it is very serious. But one of the things, Carl, that that behooves me, that is baffling to me. The new National Party's administration got to a position where they were about to deliver houses, Carl, to people. As a matter of fact, some of the houses were even given to people in Carriacou already.
Yeah.
And the keys they were asked to return the keys because the process as done by the Minister for Housing, they claimed that the process was flawed.
Yeah.
They claimed that the process was flawed.
Irony.
Who was the Minister for Housing at that time? I think it was the Honorable Delma Thomas. In any event, the people in Carriacou still have not received the houses. The people in Victoria, or St. Mark for that matter, still have not received the houses, and the projects are completed.
St. Patrick's too?
The people in St. Patrick, and I think St. David?
Yeah.
Someone in St. David too? Yeah. These 4 areas, the houses are just sitting there, and Carl, as your grandmother would say, they have security, they're watching the houses, so it's like you're spending money for people for security to watch the houses, and you are not saying anything as it relates to when the houses will be given out. Yes, you have said that people need to reapply, and nobody can beat you if you say that is what has to happen, and that is what has to happen. If people have to reapply, they have to reapply. Yes. But by now, the applications should have been in, or are they in and you intend to treat it as how you treat the police promotion?
Wow, that will be sad.
That will be sad.
They give you what they want?
Well, I didn't say that, but how they do the police promotion, and Carl tell you. That's how it is. So it is something that has to be addressed. The other thing that is really, really important, we are in, what month are we in? Is it month 6 or
5?
5?
Month
Yeah.
5.
January, February, March, April, May. Yeah. Month 5. And Grenada is yet to see a capital project. Carl, correct me.
I just say that. I tell them to give me just one.
Oh, you just said that?
Well, go on.
Yeah. But Grenada is yet to see a capital project as put forward by the National Democratic Congress. As a matter of fact, Carl, you talk about show you one, and I want to ask them to show me in their budget the capital projects that they spoke about. So then I can use that to judge them back.
Reference.
I use that to judge them back. Because I don't believe that they have any capital project.
Because people saying give them time. So
what time?
No. People saying to give them time. So my thing is just in the budget indicate to us one original capital project of this.
Yeah. And yes, last night I was in the company of a lady, and she asked me a question that it floored me, Carl. And she says, Andre, please comment for me the whole aspect of gambling in Grenada right now. So I said to her, well, gambling takes place in all countries and so on. Mm-hmm. She says, I understand that. But explain to me, in which country that a political party which is in office
engages itself
will engage in a gambling prospect of having a bingo for $100,000, Carl?
150.
$150,000.
The same 50 they're rubbing in the face.
How on earth? She said, comment for me that a political party in office will have as a money owner for even, she says, I know you might say, Andre, well, it is the party and not the government. She says, but remember, it's the party that put the government there. The government didn't put the party there.
Nah.
So she said, explain that to me. How? She says, I said, well, I really and truly don't know. And I'm still puzzled. I still don't understand how the Congress, who on earth within the Congress came up with the idea to have $150,000 bingo. And I tell you guys, listen to this and know this. Let Gates go to that bingo and he don't win. Is water the washing all you after that. Seriously, you are going to find that your own supporters will be against you after this bingo. Because bingo do have friend.
No, bingo is money.
That is money. And what the people will be seeing, you all believe that your supporters is going to see it as a means of helping their party to raise funds. You all believe that that is what is happening. Think again. Your supporters will hang you if they didn't win. Believe you me. Let that bingo go wrong.
So just like you're saying, let somebody that is perceived to be an NNP go in that bingo and win.
What trouble take the world? Heat. That heat, you know. NNP, let me tell you something. NNP people should not go to that bingo. You know?
Never.
And I'm not saying that to
discriminate.
To discriminate. Because you that NNP, or you that GOLP, I know my good friend Lauren Scott, she cleans the market down there. She's an avid bingo player, irrespective of who she attending bingo. But she supposed GOLP, let Lauren go in that bingo and win, and you'll hear trouble that go take place down there. For that bingo to go well, all the winners have to be NDC. As a matter of fact, Carl, they will have 15 different games. And they will have one winner from each constituency. I predict.
So they could style it that way?
Yeah, I predict 15 different games. And they will have one winner from every constituency.
From Susu to bingo?
Yeah.
Are we doing thing? 4420175 is the number to call, folks.
The government gone into gambling now?
Yeah, they go from Susu to Su. Bingo is more quicker.
Bingo.
Hustle money.
Yeah, hustle money.
Hustle money, hustle.
They imagine, the political party that belongs to the ruling administration, instead of giving Wagiti the option, and how you call the guy in Gov Gates? Help me, what's his name?
The Redskin one?
Yeah, Grace Duncan's son. Yeah.
What name again? I forgot him.
Yeah. Steve. So instead of giving Steve and Wagi and the girl from River what's she name? She does do some good bingo these days. Tough for her sister, I think she is.
Okay.
She's stepping up and do some good bingos. Instead of giving them an opportunity, the government see that they have to go and compete with these persons. They take away people's livelihood. And when these same people trying to make a livelihood, they go in and do so and try to compete with them. So like a man, they take away his livelihood. So he take a fishing line and he go on the rock and he dey fishing. And the next thing you see is the same government that take away his livelihood passing with a dragnet. So he can't catch nothing. He don't even catch in water. That is what the National Democratic Congress is doing. Encouraging in the forefront, of gambling in Grenada. And then the excuse gonna be, well, everybody gambling. Well, ya lato. Well, ya blast. That is what the excuse is gonna be,
Could be.
That is what the excuse is going to be.
Because that the excuse is anything you tell them, they say no NNP used to do.
Yeah, but a good thing NNP didn't do bingo though.
Yes.
So I'm to see what they going to do with this one.
They will say Wagiti does do it.
Everybody would vote for Fudge in Victoria and know they're going in that. Because if they go, you know what's happening. They had to pray, go and pray not to win. That is a kind of bingo. How could you go to a bingo and you have to pray not to win? Because if you win, you got confusion. We've got a caller. Good morning, caller. How are you doing? Hello?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah. I'm glad you all bring up this talk about this bingo. I already said the same thing, Andre, what you said there. I could remember as a young girl, he had a bingo in Grenville, the business community hosts this bingo. And they tried to raise the fund for themselves. So what they did, when they had a $30,000 game, they set up one of the persons in their organization when X amount of numbers come. So if people can have 15 numbers, 10 numbers, 20 numbers, when these numbers call, just run up and say bingo. And they'll be looking at the card, even though the person have the number, they don't have the number, they say yes, the person win. I'm warning NNP supporters, I'm warning them, they're making everybody go, all NNP go. Don't take your money and go and play this bingo. I'm warning you all, this thing, that government could come up with that anniversary, that happened bingo. Trust me, that is the worst I've ever heard, and that's the first time I ever hear that in the history. So I'm warning NNP supporters, do not go and play this bingo. All right.
Thank you. Carl,
One or two wise is enough.
Enough said.
I know that you said, Carl, that I believe you spoke a bit about the meeting that was held in the St. George Northeast constituency last evening.
Yeah, when they trying to, in my view, block the progress by the school.
Yeah, they didn't have the school. So that beside the point. Do you know that your friend was at the meeting?
Who's that?
Your good friend who can sleep and can eat on Sunday because you're talking about him. Who's that?
Ian Thomas.
That is not how I know the person. Was there an alias? Does Ian Thomas have an alias?
Django.
Correct. He went to the meeting last night.
Django. Because as we come out in the station Sunday and we walk down the step, we see Django in a vehicle there.
Waiting for you?
I don't know if he's waiting when he's passing. It's a public place, but we see Django right there.
He went to that meeting last night. Now they continue to do this foolishness. And I don't think that people knew him like that, Carl.
Also, Django.
But the person who hosted the meeting last evening, none other than Nimrod Oliver, told me that 3 persons stood out there for him last night. He said Callistra Faria was there, Hamlet Mark was there, and Django was there. That is what Nimrod Oliver told me this morning, Carl. So Callistra and Hamlet, I say, okay, fine, they're probably looking for news. So I can't fault them. But Django is a high-ranking member of the National Democratic Congress, and he's an advisor. What was he doing?
He's what, Youth for Change too?
What was he doing in an NNP function like that last evening? It happened before.
When the sons of God went to praise the Creator, and the Creator see Beelzebub, you see from whence you come, what are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
Beelzebub say, I'm here to going through and through looking to damage people.
So, there you go.
I see no more.
Because Nimrod told me he was on the stage, and then he got a WhatsApp saying that the guy was there.
Yeah.
So he says he was about to go outside, and take a picture to verify.
Yeah.
And just as he about to go outside, the guy come inside.
He doesn't take picture again.
Yeah, just about when he was ready to take, the guy came inside. My question to Ian Django Thomas and the hierarchy of the NDC
and Youth for Change.
What are you doing? What are you doing? You trespassing. And what might happen is that you might trespass in the wrong place.
And go get put out.
No, well, put out. The put out is a simple way to put it.
Yeah, it's how he getting put out.
That is the next thing.
They will get what they're looking for, man.
Do you understand? Because if something like that happening, if something like that happen in River Sally, I will not want to be there.
I'm picking up the equipment fast.
No. Seriously, that is, you are provoking. Django, you're provoking the people. You must not do that. The only reason why you ain't get put out harshly last night is because they don't know you.
No. The only reason why he was not persuaded in a friendly way.
The place is kind of dark too. Remember all that?
He has something like a friendly persuasion, eh?
Yeah, so.
We have call, guys.
You got called. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, Rastaman, what happening?
I'm fine.
Hillian.
Yeah, are we going back to this bingo thing with NDC? We have to recall, you have a big spot on the cruise terminals to open my NMP want to open a casino there, right? Remember, NDC and the churches, they cost NMP now. Well, but it's free touch. The spot is still there. But look now, NDC creating bingo and online gambling. Online gambling. You cost. You don't want no casino in Grenada. You don't want no casino. But you go and do bingo now. Grenada and watch that. And Prime Minister Dick and Mitchell, give them old people back the $150. Please. They're begging you. Please. I listened to a lady that called Mr. Pierre program. She says she have Parkinson's disease and she have Alzheimer's. And the only reason why they take her out from the program, 8 years now she been listening to your station. You take her out just because she listen to your station? Yeah. So I listen now.
Yeah. Carl? What is MP Lewis's brother's name?
I think it's Brian.
Brian. When it rains, it pours. And I hope and pray that the hierarchy of the police force would reach out to the gentleman at this particular point in time.
Why?
Last night, I was traveling in the St. Andrew parish. When I got close to the Progress Park, Carl, I heard the siren.
Wow.
Of the fire truck.
So
I pulled on the side of the road as you have to do. I pulled, and the fire truck went by.
I heard the siren.
You heard it, good. No, I have just received, Carl, I'm going to WhatsApp it to you. I've just received pictures of the house that was engulfed in flames last evening. And it belonged to, what's the guy's name, Carl? Brian. So I'm making a call on the RGPF and the Benevolent Association, Carl, that's what it is? The welfare? Right. I'm making a call on you all now and saying to you, step up. You already did not give him what he deserved. So probably you could give him 2 at one blow. Step up.
Double dose?
Yeah, double dose. Step up and assist him in getting back and getting to be in a better position, the same or better position before last night's situation, and give me rank. What was it, Corporal he's supposed to get, Carl?
No, I think he's out to get Sergeant.
Sergeant, give him rank.
Because he had 77 vacancies and only 50 something hours field, so he have vacancies.
Right, so give me rank.
Not that he don't have, he have vacancies.
Come on, let me hear what all you're saying, you know. And that bingo, all you planning it, all you better say the proceeds going towards Brian?
Yeah.
Brian Lewis. Seriously? If all you do that, what? All you catch him, you know. Give him the money from the bingo. That is something. Give him the money from the bingo. Give him all. Yeah. Just do so and make a change on the flyer and say Brian Bingo. All you go see people coming. They don't come in to win it. They come in to support because everything they win, they give him back 50% because they want him to be in a better position because all you victimize him. A rank what is his. All you don't give him.
What you speak about the appearance of Mr. Ian Thomas in the meeting last night. Remember he had a meeting somewhere in the St. George's North West constituency and a gentleman went there too?
I spoke to
Mutatus Mutan, this one and this man. That two fellas close, eh?
Okay.
So I want to send now on.
I don't know.
Ian! You just talk to me. Why you go to Ian? As we walk out here Sunday, I tell you, Ian, I was talking to the Nivane.
That was Ian?
Ian was there. So I don't like Ian.
I see the man last night in truth.
The same guy in the van.
Yes. Oh, I see the man last night in truth. I see the man last night. I don't know the man.
That the same guy Sunday.
So get you see the man?
I see the man.
What gets you good at dead?
Yeah. No, but you don't come in close that side. You keep in by the door, by the corner. Stand up there for
Yeah, so Nimrod saw him. So I'm saying this based on what Nimrod Oliver told me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have to watch for that one.
Yeah, you have to watch for that man. Must put the camera on him.
Because they're going to see who
you must make sure the GoPro walk in.
Because,
Take him.
Because remember they say they go around.
Go prepare for them.
They say they go around in meetings and see who walking in certain place and it's NNP. You know? So that was the mission.
Could have been.
To victimize some more.
No, that's the mission, man.
And I say to y'all, to the people of Grenada, the gentleman, and by that I mean Mr. Officer Brian, is Brian?
Yeah.
Brian Lewis. Here's what. Here's what. I want Carl to choose. Because it's Carl's prerogative to choose.
The prerogative of more seated.
Yeah. a day in next week. His programs could be Wednesday. Or Friday. Not going to interfere with your Sunday program.
No. Wednesday.
Either the Wednesday or the Friday next week. I want you, Carl, I don't know if you can agree to let's do a radiothon.
Let's do it Friday, man. We got more time.
I just said to you,
No, let's do it Friday.
Right, yeah.
Well, I tell you Friday.
Right. So Friday, we come and we're doing a serious radiothon.
For Brian.
For Brian. We'll have someone in here who's reputable to take the telephone numbers and take of the persons and the contributions that you're going to make. And you'll make these contributions to brand.
Yes.
We leading the way as always.
Yeah, we don't follow.
We ain't following anybody. We leading the way.
Sure.
All right? So what we do is that we are going to find out from Carl. I'm going to give you the responsibility to find out from Brian.
Yes.
An account that he has, and the bank and the number, the account number. So if persons wanting to do so and do direct deposits,
they could do the necessary.
They can do direct deposit. They will just tell us the amount and they will do the direct deposit. If they, whatever other means, those who are abroad and want to use Western Union or MoneyGram or whatever,
We have
Carl, we've got calls. We'll take a call in a minute. Let me just say this. Carl has decided that we are going to do this radiothon on Friday for Brian. Brian, we got you. We're showing them others how to do it.
How to do it.
Well, yeah, you go. Good morning. How are you? Hello. Landline. That one is gone. This WhatsApp there? No, WhatsApp is not there.
Call back, man.
Yeah.
Now we have to do it for Brian.
We have to do it for Brian. So that's the tagline, eh? Gates, do it for Brian. That's the tagline for the program on
Friday.
the extension on Friday. You have it already. Do it for Brian.
I'm going to design something.
You have to do it. As a matter of fact, we must do it. This is our brother, and it's not because he's Kate Lewis's brother. It is simply because he's a member of the RGPF. And we believe in the security of this country. Not like some people.
Keeping the king's peace.
We need to keep the king's peace, and we need to ensure that Brian ends up in a better position.
Build back better.
Build back better. So we're going to do so and do that radiothon for Brian. So Carl, you know what you need to do. I will come on Friday. You will come on Friday. Igor will be here on Friday. And we're going to use the opportunity to do a radiothon, the biggest radiothon in Grenada. So we're asking you, police officers, teachers, nurses, sanitation workers, diaspora people, you know, other radio personalities.
We're looking for good support from the diaspora.
Yeah. And we're looking, we'll Carl will probably do so and decide what is a realistic target we're looking to meet on Friday. We're going to look at what is a realistic target to meet. We've got a call online. Good morning, what's up? How are you doing?
Hello, good morning.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm calling to big up my friend in New York. I know she locked in Anne-Marie Celestine Grant.
That your friend?
She locked in. She disturbing me every minute about the program. I'm calling to big up. I don't know when she'll be coming back, but I need her to be back.
All right.
I also want to say good morning to Kami.
Okay.
Kami, you're in line St. David's. Good morning. Keep on contributing to the program.
All right, man. Thank you. Great. So Anne-Marie Celestine Grant is a good social media friend of mine, and I know she listens every day. So Anne-Marie, get that $100 ready for next Friday, God's will. We'll take $100 US from you.
100?
100. 100. From you, Anne-Marie, we expect you to make that contribution, and we want to make it big. We want to make it big.
It substantial for Brian.
It has to be something that Brian will really and truly appreciate. Good morning, caller on the landline. How are you doing?
Good morning, Andrew. How are you?
I'm okay.
You and Igwe and Massacre?
I ain't know about them, but I know about me.
Massacre?
Yes.
Hold on, say me call so.
You know why? You know why. Don't pretend you don't know why.
Oh, Lord. Sorry for this morning. I listening to you guys, though.
Sorry, and you look crying?
Nah, I'm not gonna cry.
When people sorry, they'll cry.
Yeah, I hear somebody say that yesterday.
You good?
Hopefully next week, man.
All right, but because we and come on, because we go have a thing for Brian.
For Brian?
Yeah,
Brian,
walk with your
Brian
$20.
house born.
Do it for Brian.
That kid, brother.
Oh, something's wrong with him?
Your house.
Lost his house last night.
Oh, my. Sorry to hear that.
That was the fire truck that you heard last night.
Well, that's
I had a fire truck last night.
But where you live?
Well, to be very honest with you, current, they shut down the current last night. So, while I was sitting outside, I heard the fire truck. So I was wondering, well, probably the fire, whatever the fire is, it's affecting the current or whatever. But I didn't know it was a house. I was, I wasn't aware.
I see some driver out bong down some pool.
I see that too.
No, but there was a big fire. They said he had a fire in Dabo too, you know.
Yeah, there's a fire in the hill in Dabo also. I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know if it was a house, but we are taught from a very young age that you have to start at home. And Brian is closer to home, so we're going to start with Brian. If the other person, if it's a house that got damaged in Dabo, then we'll see how we could deal with that. But Brian is our priority at this particular point in time. Walk with your $50 Friday.
Well, yes, because I think it's important that we start doing doing things like these so that you could assist people. Because to just lose a house, it's crazy,
Crazy. Yeah. So Gates is gonna do a flyer. Do it for Brian, and he's gonna place it on Facebook, and he's gonna give the numbers. He knows the numbers here. He's gonna give the numbers that people can call, and people can WhatsApp and WhatsApp the amount and say how we can pick up or how they can deliver. And we'll make all the arrangements, and Carl will find out Brian's bank account number.
Yes.
And who want to do direct deposits will be able to go to the bank and do direct deposit, or how they say, e-banking. Yeah, e-banking and all them kind of things. So yeah, man, do it for Brian. Do it for Brian.
Yes, that's the stage for assisting people persons in dire need as well.
Yeah, so
I don't know if you want to head in that direction, but
let's deal first things first.
Yes, deal with Brian.
Brian,
and then
everybody agrees.
And then we go jam Dorothy.
Yeah,
all the messages are coming.
Yes,
Everybody agrees.
and then you go because it's not
After
easy
Brian, we
losing
go
a
jam
house.
Dirty.
Yeah.
Yes.
When I finish that Kaiso, I'll deal with that. Right now it's Brian.
Which you finish? Oh, you're finishing the Kaiso with Brian?
Yeah, I have to finish that Kaiso with Brian first, and then I go jam Dorothy.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
It's not easy losing a house in this time,
Yeah, it's not easy. That's why we need to stand with the brother.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah.
So next week you're doing the telethon.
Radiothon. This is what Real FM can do. Real show.
All right.
Well, we need 12 persons from the diaspora.
Yeah, man. We have them on board, man.
There's the support out there, so
yeah,
the diaspora can assist with that as well.
Yeah.
Well, good to hear you guys this morning.
All right, thanks. Take care of yourself.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. Mr. P on the WhatsApp.
What you saying now? What you problem? Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yep, yeah. What you saying
Yes, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Yeah, we hearing you.
Yeah, hearing you. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right, I was enjoying your program, but sometimes we underestimate the government restorative justice policy. I listen when you speak about who attended the meeting. The MIT or the government or agents of the government was advocating that people go to the NNP meeting to see who are the public officers that attend the meeting. In one instance, they say they saw prison officers, public officers, police, teachers. So it seems as though this is a habit that they are sending people there, and one of the objectives is to identify who are the public officers. Now, when a government introduces restorative justice in a country, and after 9 months, and I will look at the implementation of this project on the ground, this is a political victimization project. And we must never underestimate that. I've been calling for the government to disband MIT and to abort this restorative justice policy. Nobody did the NDC wrong to warrant restorative justice. As this thing take impact on the ground, it's going to cause a lot of bitterness and anger. When senior members of the National Democratic Congress go into these meetings, the purpose they go in there is to see who are the members there. Because some of the meetings come live. But they go in there to see who are the public officers. And I look at the attack on the public officers, the PW union by a sister union. I don't take that easily. This call for individual to object to that behavior and to ask the government to abort the policy of restorative justice. Because that's what it is all about. So they go in there and they will put immense pressure on public officers. Some of them may never get, you may never hear it, because some of them would never get promotion. A simple thing like a training course, and officers would be sidelined. If they do it with the police, imagine training courses. Imagine opportunity for individuals to improve themselves. So I don't take that lightly at all. The presence of the NDC there is unacceptable.
I want to ask you a question before you go. And it's not an easy question to ask you, and I say to you, you have the right to do so and not answer the question. You have that right also.
If you ask me a question, I'll go answer.
Okay, good. So here's the question. Tafwa Pierre is your little brother. And to understand how a little brother of yours is being bombarded and has done so much and is so well qualified for the position, I'm hearing a music in the background, for the position that he so rightfully deserves. But yet still, he's been pulled back again by the organization. What or how do you respond to that? Brother, he is to you.
He have to know our history. When Rupert Pierre was marching up on the hill behind Gary, in those days he had no faith. When Michael Pierre during the revolution was negotiating with Maurice Bishop and then hitchhiking ride from River Road when the meeting ended 9 o'clock in the night, he did not care. Because if you're a member of the public service and you push yourself in the union, then you know there are repercussions. So he's supposed to come from that breed, and he's supposed to know the history of Rupert Pierre. When individuals fear to go with Gary, he used to be there. And during the revolution, when men feared to speak, all of us was involved in unions. So I don't think he just has to grow with the planting and recognize that the public service, when you work in the public service, is the most patriotic act you could do. It is not about money. If he wanted money, he should have go away. If he chooses to work in the public service, then he grows where he is planted. And he blossoms. And he don't bother with them.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a nice day.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Carl, how do you respond to that response from a brother to a brother?
Proper.
No, seriously. Proper is the only way to describe
no,
it.
but the particular gentleman in question, Tafwa Pierre, that is how if somebody say, describe Tafa up here for me, I would say he's a seed. And I say no more. And a seed could you grow. Tafa though beat up on them kind of thing and Tafa is one of the guys who take the most beat up politically in the last 10 years. The 2 day used to write on Tafa up here every week. So when you talk about political beat up, he take more political beat up than politicians themselves. Because they only used to choose to write on some politicians when they vex with them. But they used to write on Tafa up here every single week. They had to say something on Tafa up here. They say he politically exposed. But we see now some that boasting how them is the most third most powerful person in the country. They're in Washington right now. And they don't say they're politically exposed.
You take a break?
Yeah.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
Hungry, anyone? You heard about it, and it's finally here. Velma's Restaurant and Bar, located High Street Sateras in St. Patrick. They're open from 6 a.m. until midnight. Breakfast is available from 6 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. On the menu is roast bake, sawfish, and many, many mouth-watering items. Lunch is a close second, with items that can be grilled to your satisfaction. We have steamed fish and other seafoods too. For the health-conscious ones, we provide vegan and vegetarian dishes. Looking for something that will hit the spot? From 5 p.m. until close, come and enjoy our burgers and fries. At Velma's, we cater and host parties. We have an on-site bakery where you can place your orders for fruitcakes and other pastries. We also have local juices. Listen to Real FM for your daily menu to place your order in advance. Call us at 419-5622. That number again, 419-5622. Velma's Restaurant and Bar. Come eat lunch with us.
Who wants to save 30%? Everybody! Now more than ever, Flow understands the need to make your dollar stretch. Our new bundles can help you save 30% off your current bill. Plus, get a free speed upgrade on your in-home internet. Simply add your mobile to your current home services account and save 30%. It's easy. Sign up now and save. All on the most reliable fixed and mobile network on island. Visit a Flow store or call us at 1-800-804-2994 for more information. Flow, it only gets better. Terms and conditions apply.
The Pure Grenada Excellence Champion Program promotes a legacy of excellence by investing in our people, embracing excellent service, and always providing exceptional experiences. The Karakou training sessions were a hit. This time, we will be training right here on mainland Grenada. Training sessions begin May 15th, 2023. Register now by calling GTA Head Office 440-2279, emailing info@puregrenada.com or visiting www.puregrenada.com/excellence champion. Remember, excellence begins with me. Excellence ends with all our we.
We represent 47 Trip. It's back. The Ticket to the Street Dance Competition. Like the way that dance. Hosted by
Division of Culture, Tanti Netball Court, Friday, 2nd June 2023, 7 p.m. sharp. Children, $5. Adults, $10. Come, witness the incredible performances by our dynamic youths as they compete to be Grenada's top hip-hop dance guru.
Do I have your attention?
Sponsored by the Government of Grenada, Blue Bubbles PA Rental, and Event National Lotteries Authority, Dana's Tasty Food, Grenada Trade Center, The Computer Store, Grenada Limited, Grenada Bottling Company Limited, Glenelg Spring Water, Super Distributors Incorporated, Hopkins Sisters, W Top Fashion, and T's Boutique. Friday, 2nd June, Tontine Hardcourt. See you there. Take it to the streets. Dance competition. Who will it be?
Call me Megatron, just did a telethon.
Rhythms of Spice is back. Sunday, June 11th, 3 p.m. Mount Cinnamon Lawn. A spicy, classy explosion of Grenadian talent featuring Project Music, Fahrenheit, Zorina Andel, Rodson Brown, Cool Jazz Band, Angel Hawk, Tivoli Dancer, and special guest Vaughnette, Big Ferd from Trinidad. Rhythms of Spice, June 11th, 3 p.m. Mount Cinnamon Lawn. Tickets $50 on sale at Grenadian Optical St. George's, Art and Soul Spiceland Mall, Gittins Pharmacy in Granville, and Goto Fed. More at the door. Children 12 and under free. Sponsors Grenada Tourism Authority, Brighton and Miners, Independence Agencies, Kalinago Hotel, Ministry of Culture, Hubbard's, Real FM, HD Sounds, Gabriel's Rental, Cafe Skyland, and Gomorn Medical. Walk with your picnic chairs and beach towels.
The Victoria School for Special Education presents its annual sports meet on Friday, 26 May 2023 at Olson George Park, Victoria, starting at 12 noon. Eats and drinks are on sale. Come out in your numbers and watch your favorite house compete. Bakshi's House, John's House, and King's House.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an X-car and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with mag wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned 8-cylinder. With posh new fittings, this maxi car arrived. Then it started to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize. They say the new driver cannot drive.
Yes, Igwe, we're back.
Igwe, I just want to read a little something here.
Go right ahead.
And then I hope I could try to unpack it. The Ministry of Finance recent shift to bi-monthly payroll system has hit a stumbling block, leading to delays in salary disbursement for numerous public officers. This hiccup, indicative of developing cash flow problems, has resulted in yet another round of late payment. Cash flow. Now, we spoke here because the content and the depth of Real FM is unmatched. We spoke here when the conversation about the retroactive payment pension came up and we talked about cash flow. everybody say was sour grapes are the vex because Kit Mitchell didn't want to pay pension. Okay. When the bi-monthly thing came up and they say NNP one time thought of that, conventional wisdom came to fore and NNP recognized cash flow would be an issue because the highest honor, one of the highest honor in terms of revenue is collection of VAT. And you have a particular date in the month when VAT is due to be paid.
21st.
Okay. So we foresee this problem. So this it wasn't a problem for we here at Real FM and the NNP really because we knew based on the state of the economy and the obligation of government going forward is not only hinged on payment, but the debt servicing and other things will be affected. And then we see in terms of needy assistance program and so on, and we're hearing all this thing about people can't pay water and things because a lot of them was under that assistance program. So now it is a fact, and it's not about politicking or bad mouthing the administration. A lot of people do get in pay. Up until now, a lot of people who had yet to receive pay since last month because of cash flow. Now, I don't know if it's that the reason that he got the Prime Minister flying all about in the CBI thing to make money. And you see, we cannot finish talk about the CBI and take it trivial, Igwe. Because the financing of the present budget is dependent on close to $200 million from the CBI under Section 10 and Section 11, and close to 3,000 passports are to sell to realize that money. So when the Prime Minister up and down CBI, is an indication that he have no other avenues of the government making that money. And Andrew Donald speak eloquently about it. Just tell us one capital project. We don't asking for plenty. Just one, tell us. Let's take the call again.
Mr. Carl and the rest of you in the station there, I heard you just read something there. And you don't get in my ears good yet. I really want you to read it again. And before you close the program, still read it. Because I don't believe you will read it correctly.
You always don't believe in the truth before.
Yeah, I tell you why I don't believe.
You have problem believing the truth.
No, I don't have I have problem with how the truth come across. Because the prominent secretary in the Ministry of Finance said that the normal cash they collect is $80 million per month, and they won't have any problem because the total pay per month is $30 million. So they're supposed to have $50 million in hand, if I can do math good. So how you could have a cash flow problem? If you're collecting $80 million and you're spending 30 for salaries per month, how much you're supposed to have remaining?
50.
Right. So if you have 50, how you could have problem with cash flow? Tell me that. Teach me that. How you could have problem with cash flow? That's not me. I say that.
Who has it?
The prominent secretary in the Ministry of Finance said that. I heard him say it.
The same permanent secretary, when they ask him about the overpayment, he say he didn't hear that or he don't know, but he said that does happen.
So to say that no and to embarrass the government, something had to be wrong. Somebody was lying for somebody, or somebody didn't take good. I want to believe. I want to hear you say it again.
Let me ask you one question, Clifford. Based on all what you just say, about 80 million and 30 million for salary. No. Based on what you say the PS say.
Yes.
So what is the reason for not paying the people the 150? Because based on what he's saying, they have money.
What is the reason for they're not paying?
The 150 they take from the people.
I'm not in a position to answer that. I wish I wish you could get somebody to answer that. But I am not in a position to answer that because I don't know much about the ruling and working of government. But I'm saying what I heard him said. And for him, for the ministry now to put out a bulletin saying that something had to be wrong somewhere, or somebody not showing what they're saying.
Well, next time you see him, ask him when last they collect 80 million.
I might hardly see him. You live in Sotel, you go see him.
No, you don't live in Sotel, in close to.
But you know what Clifford has to understand, that collections by government is not a fixed thing.
No.
So they can say that they expect to collect 80 million, and something can happen and they can collect 50 million. They can collect 40 million.
But I agree with you. But the gentleman gave the impression from what he said.
No, you
that
take
they
that
are
impression.
No, I'm saying I listen to him well. I am saying that he said that collecting more than before. From the time this government coming forward, they've been collecting more. So they are on a good wicket to bat.
But you have to also understand. You have to also understand, Clifford, that okay, before all of this, salaries would have been 30 million. Now you have increases and all sort of thing, and increase in pension and everything. Remember, the gentleman didn't come and tell you, hey, there is going to be a change, or there is a change in relation to how much salaries and wages are going to be.
The gentleman made that statement after, just before they start paying you the double pay. That's when he made that statement. You know.
All right, Clifford, thanks.
That's when the gentleman make the statement. You know.
I'll take our next call.
Right.
But you see.
Hello.
Let's go.
Morning.
Morning.
This is Real FM.
Yes.
I just want people to know that salary alone, we just have to pay. The government just have to pay bills to water bill, light bill, a lot of things, and so it's not just salary alone, if you don't know.
Okay.
There's some good info for him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Igwe.
No. As Andrea alluded
Panama.
to the fact, the collection of revenues is not pegged at 80 every month.
No, it's not.
Yeah, sometimes it could be more. Like we know, and with the tourism season,
Yeah.
so you find you have more activities. But something you mentioned to say the PS indicated that they're collecting more money now. But looking around, it doesn't feel like that way. Because there was this boast about 100 million or close to that was paid in the retroactive. But that Christmas time, when most harms stay in place.
Yeah. Egg. Waste.
Egg wasn't scarce last Christmas.
Cap it.
And if you boasting that you give an injection of 100 million in the economy and that happening, something though right. So the eye test go contrary to what the PS saying. Because we don't feel in that. More people complain, bossmen, the same little barbers and hairdressers and things they put in under the comment. I've eaten a barber yesterday afternoon, Andrea, just tears out of count in the man eye. The man asking what is going on.
Well, he needs to speak to his representative.
I told him so to do.
Speak to your representative. But just again, a bit more information for Clifford. Yeah? We go to your caller in a minute. Yeah. Let me just give Clifford a bit of information.
Balance, Clifford.
You see, you have to realize that there are other things that government has to do instead of just paying salaries. And let me just do some say this. The gentleman did not only speak about 80 million, the gentleman spoke about, and he gave the impression that the bi-monthly payment would result in people paying less in terms of their loan. That was untrue. All right? Because the president of the Bankers Association said so.
That.
He said so in an interview with Callistra Faria. As you just say, my friend.
Yeah.
The government is also, what Clifford has also understand, the government is also paying pension bi-monthly, you know, Carl. All their payments have to go bi-monthly.
Yes.
Pension is something that has to go bi-monthly also.
Yes.
And that is not added to the 30 million yet, you know. And remember, you're bound to collect 80, your revenue can drop. But those figures, the 30 million and whatever else is added to it, remains fixed for a period. So there was a lot of misinformation in this whole thing. And that is where the government, right now, they're caught with their pants down. I remember a gentleman from Shantimel met me on the bus terminal and said, "Yeah, boy, all you try to do it, and all you can't do it, we doing it." So I'm like, what are you talking about? Kit Mitchell, he thought about it years ago, and he couldn't do it. I says, yes, I agree with you that he couldn't do it. Have you ever wondered why he couldn't do it? Nah, but we're doing it now. We're showing him. We didn't make a year yet and we're doing it. I says, remember what you said. Remember what you said. And I will meet you again and I will say to you, what you said has all gone wrong. And it continues to go wrong. Carl, the first month, there are people who received one bi-monthly payment in the first month.
Yeah, one.
They still have not received the second one.
Yeah, some that don't get.
There are some that don't get at all. Is this the second month? Because it started in April.
Yeah.
There are those who have not received yet. And what's the date today? The 18th? 19th. And the same PS did promise and say that if the 15th falls on the weekend, the Saturday, the Sunday, persons will receive their monies on the Friday.
Yes.
That same PS said that.
So it should have been last Friday.
Should have been last Friday. And there are those who are still struggling for their monies.
Yeah, but my take on it, Andre, is simply because you see, the quoting of 80 million and 30 million is not the proper way. And once you start quoting those figures, you realize you have an intention is to bamboozle people with figures. Now, the Fiscal Responsibility Act is clear. It's a 9% of GDP. The government can go over 9% of GDP for salary and wages, Andre. So quoting figures don't say nothing.
Nothing.
It's a 9% threshold for wages and salary. What is important? So what he ought to do, or ought to have told the people, based on how much money we collect, you have to work out how much percent, 9% of GDP would be in the collection of that sum of money. So you're not simply collecting 80 so you could pay 30. It's how much 9% of GDP is. The Fiscal Responsibility Act mandates same. So, Andre, again, so we don't know. If that's why the IMF was here. Maybe they don't do what they're supposed to do. We don't know. If that's why the CDB was here. So you see how these people being here, a lot hinges. And you start to hear about some African bank and other bank where they want to go. Andre.
Let me also say this to the listeners, Carl. Again, think for a minute and know for a fact that the Prime Minister, the IMF and CDB, they do not just drop in on you like that.
You will know.
You know in advance when they're coming.
And you know when they're going.
Is it possible that the Prime Minister, realizing that these people were coming and he could not speak their language And he does not understand anything about finance. Hence the reason why he said, what's the guy with the long name again? Help me. The guy with the long name, Carl.
Matthew Sylvester Cornwall.
Matthew Sylvester
Cornwall.
There is Matthew Sylvester. That's why he said, hey, you take Ministry of Finance. Because he knew that IMF and CDB were due to come. He probably didn't know the exact date yet, but he knew that was going to happen. Why is it, folks, look at it. Why is it that only one switch took place with the Prime Minister and Dennis Cornwall? It's like a trade in the NBA. One blam, and that's it.
And you're so correct, Andre. He knew that he'd have Article 4 consultation. He knew. And he must know that the CDB, as released by school children, have expressed major concerns. He must know. Leadership by Void and Sanjay Donald. So he gone out, but he could be here Sunday.
Yeah, he's going to be here Sunday because he has to attend the function in St. Andrew, in Maribor to be exact, Papadis, where Delma Thomas, Delma Thomas, she has indicated, well, not only she has indicated, it is a public notice, and I can read it for you, my friends.
Yeah.
It is a public notice.
No, they're not paying you for that notice, Andy.
No, I know they're not paying me, but I'm going to read it for friends because, you know, people will do so and jump up and say, oh, they're talking about Galfard. This is public information as put out by the Government Information Service. And Carl, we here at Real FM, we are obligated to do the biddings of the Government Information Service. Ceremony and media engagement with Honorable Delma Thomas. Dated St. George's, May the 18th, 2023. The media is invited to a ceremony hosted by Honorable Delma Thomas at Papadis Place in Maribor, St. Andrew, and that will be on Sunday the 21st of May 2023 from 3 p.m. The Honorable Delma Thomas, Member of Parliament for the St. Andrew Northwest constituency, is expected to share updates on future political plans following her resignation from the new National Party NNP. Honorable Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister and political leader of the National Democratic Congress, will attend the event as a special guest and deliver brief remarks. Now, let me tell you this, folks. Outside of the leader of the opposition, what you don't find is GIS doing public announcements like this for an MP. And while Ms. Thomas is in her right to do that, but I dare say there's something that we are forgetting. Ms. Thomas, up until she does something different, is still a member of Her Majesty's opposition.
Negative.
No, she is.
Negative.
No, Gates, don't do that. Listen to me. She is a member of the opposition. She has not crossed the floor. So she remains a member of the opposition. That is what we have to understand. And you can't cross the floor in a restaurant or in a dance hall. You cross the floor in Parliament.
Well, Tuesday.
Let her do it on Tuesday. So what she'll be doing there on Sunday is monkey trick. If she so decides to announce that she crossed the floor. She has a right to update. She has a right to update her constituents on whatever she decides to do. And I compliment her on that. I compliment her on attempting to update her constituents on what she intends to do. But she must remember She must remember that she's still a member of His Majesty's opposition until she makes it public. Well, not makes it public, until the Prime Minister has decided to make her a member of his cabinet, or she has decided to join the party, the National Democratic Congress. I wish you, Ms. Thomas, all the best. I urge you to take care of yourself. I urge you to think about your family. And I urge you to continue doing all that is necessary so as to put yourself and your family in a better position than you were previous to now.
Better is relative, eh?
In a better position. Have a good day. God bless you, folks. And don't do what I wouldn't do.
And next Friday, we're doing it for Brian. Peace.
Peace and love and unity.
Yes.
And keep it NNP.
and NNP people register. Go on register.
Yeah.
Make sure you're ready. Like Freddy, not like Eddie.
You gotta be careful,